23 at 4:12 p.m. May we please stand for the invocation provided by Vice Mayor Mervin, followed by the Pledge of Allegiance.
Let us pray. Father God, in the name of Jesus, God, we want to thank and praise you, God, for another day, God, that you have allowed us to be here. God, as we come today, God, to conduct the business of this city, God, we ask you for wisdom and we ask you for guidance. Help us, oh God, to make the right decision, oh God, that would benefit all. And God, we give your name the praise, the honor, and the glory. In Jesus' name, amen. Amen. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Mayor Babb.
Present.
Vice Mayor Mervin.
Present.
Commissioner Bowden.
Present.
Commissioner Gonzalez. Commissioner Perez.
Here.
City Manager.
Here.
City Attorney. Here. City Clerk. Present.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Thank you, Commissioner. Thank you, staff, and thank each of our residents for being here to participate and listening in on our workshop. Today's topic is annexation, and at this time I'll turn this portion over to our city manager, who will introduce our presenter, who will lead us in the discussion on annexation.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Commission, citizens of Pahokee, and staff. We'd like to introduce Thomas, pronounce the last name again? Lanahan with the Treasury Coast. And we're going to have a presentation over the overview of annexation. Mr. Lanahan.
Thank you. Can everybody hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. It's again, oh, hello, welcome. There's maps there on the table if you'd like. Sure. So again, I'm Mr. Baxter's here. Tom Lanahan with the Treasure Coast Regional Planning Council. I was asked by your city manager to talk to you about annexation. And should I just say next slide if I want the next slide? Okay, next slide. Okay, it's a little washed out, but this just shows where, obviously, as you all, I'm sure, very well know, where Pahokee sits relative to the rest of Palm Beach County. All of the different bits in various shades of yellow and tan and brown are incorporated areas, and then the rest of that area is unincorporated Palm Beach County. So another way of saying that is not part of a city. All the cities and the unincorporated area are obviously all part of the county, but we have municipalities like yourselves primarily along the coast and then into the central western area, and then three around Lake Okeechobee. Next slide, please. Okay, good, at least read good. So there's a number of different types of annexation. This is all provided for in Florida statutes. The first is what's called voluntary, and I'll actually go into these in detail on the coming slide, so let me just introduce them here. Voluntary, what I call majority voluntary, referendum, legislative, and enclave interlocals. So next slide, please. So the first type to discuss, and this is the most common type of annexation, this is called voluntary annexation. So this is where a property owner asks to become part of the city of Pahokee. They put their hand up and say, I would like to be part of the city. There's a couple of requirements that they have to meet. This is by Florida statute. The first is it must be contiguous. That means substantially touching the existing boundary of the city. If you have your city boundary and then there's a parcel way out here with many other properties in between, and they say, I want to become part of Pahokee, and you say, we'd love to have you as part of Pahokee. Oh my gosh, we'd really love to have you. But if there's these other parcels in the way, legally it can't happen. Now, if those parcels in between them also said they would like to come in, well, then you add them all up and you can do that. But if they're not physically touching, you can't annex. The other requirement is that it be what's called compact. That's a word. That's the only word that's in the statute. It talks a little bit further about in a linear manner or things like that. Actually, going back to that map of the county, our friends to the south of us in Belglade have an annexation that may or may not be compact. It was done more than 7 years ago, so it's a fact. We can't do anything about it now. But if somebody came in and they wanted to do a little strip along a road, way out to another piece that's out there. Imagine like a pier out into a lake, and then you have that little thing out there and a little strip connecting it. That probably isn't compact. Those kinds of scenarios, that's where you're going to want to have a good conversation with your city attorney. You're probably going to want to also talk to the county staff. That's where, if there's an objection to an annexation, that's where it's going to come from, is the county. Other parties can, but typically that's going to be from the county. So you want to be an area that's easily defined, a nice compact area. Now, for voluntary annexation, there is no limit on size or frequency. You can do as large of an area as you'd like, provided it's contiguous and compact, and you can do it as often as you would like. And there is one significant thing that we need to watch out for, and there's a map a little further along, I think. Let me see where it is. Yes, that I'll touch on again when we get there. We have to check for, and this is actually the maps that you have in front of you, we have to be mindful here about what's called the unincorporated protection area. So that is the area in your maps there that is in green. The yellow area, so color coding on the map. The gray area is the existing city limits. The yellow area is urbanized or urban service area adjacent to Pahokee. And then the green is unincorporated protection area. If you want to annex property in that green area, it's required to go in front of the Board of County Commissioners as well as your City Council. The Board of County Commissioners has to approve that with 5 positive votes, which is a supermajority. It's a 7-person board, so a typical majority is 4 people. This provision has a 5-vote requirement.
Could you kind of explain that concept, the protected area, what would that consist of, and the reason behind it being protected?
Sure. This was a requirement that was put into place countywide in the neighborhood of 10 years ago, I think. And the county was seeing a lot of annexations happen, voluntary annexations happen that were, in their perspective, impinging on the unincorporated residents who were in those more rural areas around some of the faster growing cities along the coast. It really kind of came out of the coast, I think, because there hasn't normally been a lot of annexation activity out here anyway. But so that's kind of where that came from, and so in some particular areas they put in some extra requirements. So this is actually the mildest extra requirement they have. The next one is a rural neighborhood protection area, and to do any annexation in those areas, all the residents in that area have to have a referendum and say that it's okay. So even if you as one individual property owner wanted to do that, they get to poll the neighborhood and see if the neighborhood wants that one piece to come in. You don't have any areas like that next to you. The ones that I can think of that exist are way east of you. That's the acreage, Jupiter Farms, some of those other areas like that that exist. So that's what that requirement doesn't affect you, but the unincorporated protection area does. In the green areas on the map. Most of what's immediately abutting your more developed areas of the city is in the yellow, and that's fine. That can do the regular voluntary process. And we actually touch on that map again a little later, and I can hit that again. So the next type that I want to mention. Now, where's my? Hold on one second. Oh, I'm sorry. I flipped my page too fast. Okay. Next slide, please. I'm
Where
sorry.
you said no limit
Yes.
or I forgot what
No
it
limit
was.
on size or frequency.
Yeah,
or voluntary.
frequency. What do you mean?
How often? Like, there are some things that you do as a local government that you can only do a few times a year, or you can only do so much of it, or things like that. Voluntary annexation doesn't have such a limit.
Oh, this is on behalf of the city?
Yes.
Okay.
Yep. Okay, so majority voluntary annexation. So this is typically used for commercial property because the provision that it has, just to start the conversation, is there can be no registered voters that live on the parcels being done through this method. Each of these are distinctive methods. So through this method, if there's no registered voters there, and the owners of more than 50% of the land area and 50% of the parcels, is a two-part test, if they want to annex, then that whole area comes in. So the other parcels come along with it, because it's a majority of the property owners want to do that. It still has to be contiguous and compact, and we still have to address the unincorporated protection area. So that's another method that you have. And then on to the referendum annexation. Next slide, thank you. So this is where, now we're in a case where we have voters, right? So you've designated, let's say, a neighborhood, and this neighborhood might have some interest in coming in. So you would do, oh, thank you. You would do what's called a referendum annexation. So that's where you put it out to vote for that area, not for the city as a whole, just the area that might be interested in annexing. And it's done like a regular election with polling places and all of the usual stuff with that. A couple of wrinkles with this. Just like an election, you won't know the outcome until you have the election. But you will have invested the money into putting on the election, advertising and polling places and all that kind of stuff, and you don't really know what your results are going to be. If you already have a group of folks who are very interested in coming in and they're compact and contiguous, you might as well do them as voluntary rather than doing this. But some folks have done it, and it is occasionally successful. And again, like all the others, contiguous, compact, address that unincorporated protection area. Now the next kind, legislative annexation. So this takes a special bill passed by the Florida legislature. It has to be supported by our local Palm Beach County delegation. Typically, the way the delegation operates, everybody's got to agree. The delegation doesn't bring special bills in front of the legislature that they don't all agree on. That's how it works. Typically, any opposition locally means they're not going to do it. These are usually brought forward as things that kind of everybody wants, and here's how we can be, a friend to you and help you out. If there's folks out there that are going to come to them and legislators and say, we don't want this to happen, they're probably not going to take it up and do it. It's pretty rare, too. I don't know the last one that was done, maybe within a few years ago, but not here in Palm Beach County. It hasn't been done here in quite a while. So typically what I advise people on the legislative annexation kind is let's put our efforts somewhere else because it's a heavy climb. And then the last kind, this is what's called an enclave interlocal annexation. So what is an enclave? What do I mean by that word? This is again defined in statute. This is an area bounded on all sides by the municipality. So let's say a piece of property, and then my next slide has clever pictures. But anyway, imagine the hole in a donut. The donut being Pahokee, the hole being an unincorporated area. That hole in the donut is an enclave. Or it can be three sides. Somebody ate a piece off of the donut, but three sides of the donut and a canal, or the lake bank, or something that prevents people from being able to drive into that area without going through the city. And
Like
it also
the
has to be,
project.
I'm sorry, ma'am, yes?
Like the project.
I don't know which piece you're talking about, but from...
It's in the city.
Okay.
And we have Pahokee, it's all around it,
Mhm.
but that one spot is unincorporated.
Oh,
for
really?
some reason.
Oh, I didn't see that on the map, because I was looking at, the other thing is it has to be less than 110 acres. From my quick look at the map, I didn't see any enclaves in Pahokee, but there could be some, especially that how do you drive to get to it? Those can have a little bit of nuance, and that's something that you'd want to have a conversation with the Palm Beach County Planning Department, because this is one of the types of annexation that the city and the county both have to agree on. So you basically, you adopt an agreement, the county adopts the same agreement, and then the property is annexed into the city.
In that case, does well, I guess it'll be a county property, but it's a housing authority. Do they have any say in this, or is it between the city and the county?
So, yeah, that's a great question. For enclave annexation, it does not require the consent of the property owner or the people who live there. It's an agreement between the two governments.
Okay.
This is where, you know, it takes cooperation. It's got to be a good case that makes good sense for the county. So let's go to the next slide and kind of talk about enclaves. So this is sort of what I was describing. Let's say the green is Pahokee and that yellow squiggle shape on the left, that would be an enclave. That little lump along that river in the next picture, that would be an enclave, or think of it as a hole in a donut. Why, you know, you might ask yourself, why would the county agree to do an interlocal annexation? And the reason is providing services to that yellow area totally surrounded by another jurisdiction is very expensive. It is very inefficient because they have to drive all the way in there, provide that service, come all the way back out. So it's not efficient for the county, and it's not efficient for the city to have that. And frankly, there's probably also a lot of confusion from a jurisdiction standpoint of whose is it? Am I in the city? Am I not in the city? I'm confused. You know, places that have different service providers for different things, like we have a city elsewhere in the region that has blocks, individual blocks, where there's a house that's in the city and a house that's not in the city, not in the city, et cetera. So on that street, every day on trash day, they have two sets of trash trucks driving up and down the street. Imagine how inefficient that is, right? Because every one of those trucks is passing a house that they could have picked up somebody, you know, but, oh, that's not me, oh, that is me. Think of the poor drivers trying to figure out which houses they're supposed to pick up, you know, law enforcement issues, those kinds of things. Your situation and some of the services that, you know, you obtain through contracts with the county and whatnot, not exactly applicable, but there are similar, you know, jurisdictional challenges with such a thing. Or you have, your city manager mentioned to me when we were talking on the phone this afternoon that, you know, there's folks that are like, well, why can't I vote in the election? And it's like, well, because you don't live in Pahokee. Well, yes, I do. And it's like, well, actually, the border's right across the street from your house. You don't live in Pahokee. I didn't know. Well, okay. You know, so that's a confusion that can happen. Next slide. Oh, here's the unincorporated protection area. I knew I had this in here somewhere. So this is that thing I mentioned earlier, ordinance by Palm Beach County. It's again outside the urban service area, so on your maps that you have in front of you, the yellow area is the urban service area. Voluntary annexation, you need a supermajority, and again, it's the green area on the map. So the next slide is this map that I've been talking about for the folks at home. It's rendered so-so. Again, the gray is the existing incorporated boundary. The yellow is the urban service area where you can do voluntary annexation all on your own. You don't need the county's permission. And then the green area, or whatever color you would call that. Let's go on that one. The green area is the urban unincorporated protection area. So, next slide, please. What are some of the concerns that happen with I would call this an annexation pattern or boundary of your city? It can create, an erratic boundary can create inefficient service delivery for the city and the county, like I talked about a minute ago. It can be difficult to plan for orderly development. This is where maybe the county has one set of ideas for that side of the street, and you all have a different set of ideas, and now those ideas are in conflict with each other. Like, you know, you say, I would like this to be a quaint residential area, and they say, I would like this to be, you know, a major industrial center. Well, those probably shouldn't be right next door to each other. And so the ability to plan out the future of the city and how it gets built, having it with one jurisdiction makes sense. Jurisdictional confusion, roadway ownership and maintenance, that gets complicated with local streets, where it's not a state road or a county thoroughfare. The county's never going to give up ownership and control of their thoroughfares. That's the major roadways, and that's fine because you want them to maintain those. Those are serious roads that take a lot of dollars to keep up. But the local streets, there can be a lot of confusion about who's supposed to fill that pothole, who's supposed to fix that stop sign, those kind of things. So having a clear boundary, a good sharp edge, makes that easier to do. And then unfair benefits without tax payments. That's where you've got a piece of property that has a city jurisdiction, mostly around it, or maybe all around it. This really applies to enclaves, where they're going through Pahokee to get to their house, so they're going down a Pahokee road into their property, but they don't pay Pahokee taxes. Well, that doesn't sound quite fair to the other folks who are paying those taxes. So that's where sometimes a bad municipal boundary can lead to some of those kind of things. Next slide. So some of the challenges that come with annexation. And I don't know how well you can see this little cartoon that I have here, but the gentleman is very excited to be eating this gigantic multi-layer burger that he has, and it's called annexation. But the lower bun says, and all the problems, right? So there's a lot of stuff that comes with it. When you bring a piece of property into the city, the expectation at the moment the gavel hits the podium there that you've done your second reading, it's in the city. Mm-hmm. And if they call 2 minutes after that meeting and say, I need services, you will provide because it's in the city now. There's no test the waters period or sort of ease your way in. It happens as soon as it's adopted. Now, for a small annexation, not a big deal. But if you're looking at something large, you want to plan for that. You want to be prepared for that to happen. So what are some of the challenges? Other challenges, right? Unmotivated owners. They may not want to come in. They may not care. They may live somewhere else. As long as the rent checks come in, they could care. That happens everywhere. That's not an aspersion here. That happens literally everywhere. There can be pieces of property that are owned by, heirs to the person that built it years and years ago, and they don't even know where it is, or, well, what is this place called? Pahokee, those kind of things. So reaching them and motivating them to be interested in wanting to be part of the community, that can be a challenge. What's nice as a small community is you all probably know everybody. Your manager, has people's phone numbers in his phone from all over the place and can just call them and reach them. So that can be a little easier to do than in a big city. You have to be able to speak to what are the benefits of doing this annexation. Because this is voluntary, and I didn't make the point earlier, but let me make it now. It's voluntary for both of you when you're doing a voluntary annexation. If they put their hand up and say, I would like to become part of Pahokee, you get to say, maybe not today, or we don't like the use that you want to do there, or we'd love to have you. You get to decide that. And so you want to be clear when you're bringing a piece of property into the city, what are the benefits to the city? Yeah, you'll get some tax base, presumably, unless it's a nonprofit piece of property. But what are the services I'm going to have to provide? What are the other implications of doing that? So that's the one thing. And then the other thing is, what are the benefits to the landowner? And we actually touch on this in a little bit. But that's something that you want to be conscious of in those conversations when they're coming in. And if the benefits are not crystal clear, well, I mean, there has to be a benefit, and so you want to kind of dig into that. Are they coming to me because they have a problem in the county, like a code enforcement case that they're trying to flee? I had that happen where in the city I used to work in, the gentleman had a long-standing code case with the county, came into the city, it's like, oh yeah, it's compact, contiguous, it fills in a hole, we love it, blah, blah, blah. Yeah, but then we got all the problems because his case went away with the county when he changed jurisdictions, but the problems didn't go away, and so we dealt with that for years. So that's, you know, you just want to be eyes open. You know, it met the annexation goals, we dealt with it, that was fine, but, you know, I don't know that the city fathers at that point really knew what they were chewing into. Another challenge with annexation is developed property. If the property is already developed, it can be a little harder to do the annexation because one of the things that you potentially offer, which is a faster building permits or more development rights or a better process or something like that, developed property doesn't have that. He's already gotten what he or she wants. Now it's a little bit of a harder sell. Infrastructure deficiencies can be another problem. That's where, you know, there's inadequate water or sewer, no fire hydrants, the road's not paved, you know, some of those kind of issues. Expectations might change when they come into the city. They might say, well, I'm in Pahokee now, and I expect my street to be paved. And you're like, well, we weren't planning to pave that street just yet. Well, that's a conversation you want to have on the front end, not on the back end once they're already in the city and disgruntled or whatever. And then lack of political will. So that really comes into play with the, especially the interlocal annexations for those enclaves where you and the county might not be on the same page, or there might be a resident there that says, I don't want to be in Pahokee, I like staying in the county. Even though it's less efficient for the county to provide service, they might get a gentle ear. I'm sure Ms. Baxter will do right by Pahokee, but they might get a gentle ear that says, maybe we shouldn't do this. That can be a little tough to work your way through, but having a good relationship, being upfront about the issues and what are the concerns, that's where you can address some of that. So let's talk about dollars and cents. Next slide. Fiscal impacts. Okay, so I looked at some of the different things that I would normally look at in analyzing an annexation, and I'm sorry I didn't mention this earlier. Some of you know my background, some of you don't. So I've been at the Regional Planning Council for 6 years. Prior to that, I worked for the City of Green Acres in Central Palm Beach County here for 16 years. We had a pretty extensive annexation program there, and so almost all of it voluntary. Just a few interlocals here and there. But there's a typical kind of analysis that we would do with a property owner, and that's what taxes get added by virtue of coming into the city, and potentially what taxes come off the tax bill. We had our own fire department there, so when somebody would come into the city, the county fire MSTU, which is about $3.50 per thousand, that would come off the bill, and then the city taxer would go on the bill. So I had to do a little math, and there was a delta there. It was typically around two mils when I was there. Your situation is a little different because you don't have your own fire department. You're with the county fire department. So that's the biggest single line item that changes in places that do have one. So for you all, as you can see on the slide here, when the property comes into the city, the Pahokee tax of $6.54 per 1,000 in value, or 6.54 mils, comes onto the tax bill. And there's actually no taxes that come off the tax bill. That's going to make the voluntary sell, let's say, a little harder because you're adding $6.54 of tax per 1,000 in value for the privilege of coming into the city. It doesn't look like there would be any change in non-ad valorem tax. Doesn't look like there would be any change in utility rates. Change in franchise fees, that's a lot harder to figure out. So I don't know the answer to that, but I'll tell you typically it's not significant. And it's very hard to get to a tangible level with that because now you're talking about how much is your cell phone bill, and do you have a landline, and you got cable, and it gets very nebulous. It's typically not a big amount. The other fiscal impact to look at is advertising and recording fees. So when you do an annexation, when you do a land use change, that's what CPA is, Comprehensive Plan Amendment, and you do a zoning change, There are fees that go with that. You have to run ads in the newspaper. You have to record those ordinances at the county clerk of courts. You can, as a policy, make a decision that the applicant should pay those, or you can make a policy decision that the city will pay those. When we're talking about voluntary annexation, the way that we did it at the city I worked for was if you put your hand up and said you wanted to come in, we paid for the advertising for all of it, the recording fees, all the rest of that. We basically did it all because you said you wanted to come in. And I've already, gotten over the bar of, a little bit more in taxes and this thing and that thing. And so we've made a little package and okay, yeah, you'll come in. That will have a cost to you. It's going to be totally dependent, if you go that way, totally dependent on how much annexation activity there is. In looking back, I don't think you've had one since 2008, if I'm not mistaken. So, potentially not a huge impact, but something to be aware of. Advertising fees are in the, hundreds of dollars. Do you advertise in the Post out here? Because you don't have a local, right?
Right.
Okay, so you have to go in the Post. So maybe $1,000, $1,500, something like that. It's not free, but that's another fiscal consideration. Next slide. So what are the potential benefits to the owner? And this is an area where these are my initial thoughts, things that I've identified. You may be aware of other things, and there may also be specifics to a very particular piece of property that might be impactful to that owner. So faster building permits, you have a local department right here. Somebody doing that work doesn't need to drive to Vista Center all the way at Okeechobee and jog to do that, which is a goodly drive from here. A resident in there can get the resident rate on your parks and recreation activities. Depending on the circumstances, the city might be providing streetlights on a local street. You have focused PBSO law enforcement through a contract versus the general countywide law enforcement activity. So you're directing and you have more resources focused in a smaller area through that. You have your local code enforcement. So that's local, knowledgeable about the community, engaged in this area, nearby. Again, not coming from Vista Center out here or having to go to special magistrate, all the way out there and those kind of things. It's a more hands-on local process, more responsive. Potentially enhanced development rights on a case-by-case basis. Circumstances might be a piece of property has a low-density residential designation in the county, and that's where they would like it to be. You all in your plan have said, no, we really actually rather have more of a multifamily feel in that area. Okay, developer, come be in Pahokee and we'll give you multifamily zoning as part of that. That may be something that can happen. That may be something that isn't the case in a particular scenario. You might be like, actually low density is perfect and we'd like it to stay that way. And we're not just going to give that away to entice you to come in. So there's, it's really how does it align with your plans for an area. Here's another one that is kind of interesting, span of representation. So what do I mean by that? That's how many people per elected representative. So here, since you have about 5,000 people and you have 5 council people, it's about 1,100 people per person. That's your span of representation. For our friends at the county, it's 1 per 216,000 people. Now, thank goodness you're here. Look at that, right? I wrote this. But it's a very different span of representation. So that can sometimes affect the knowability of an area, the personal relationships that get created, those kinds of things. There are, certainly ways that is not a problem, but that's something sometimes is persuasive for folks. I have used that in the past. And then the other thing to do when we're looking at benefits, because this says benefits to the owner, but it's also benefits to the future resident. So those benefits can be different. For example, you might have a piece of property that has a lot of renters on it, and it's owned by somebody. Well, the somebody that owns it pays the property tax, and the renters potentially get the benefits of the resident rate for recreation and the law enforcement activity and the access to the local government, the ability to vote, and those sorts of things. So you have a suite of benefits and pros and cons that are different for the different parties that are involved. So a referendum annexation would be more persuasive for those folks because the people that are voting are like, hey, there's something that I'm getting. A voluntary type annexation where the property owner, all he gets is more taxes, might not be as persuasive in that case. So it really depends on what the circumstances are. Next, who are some of the involved parties in these discussions? The city council, the city staff, the county's planning division. At a minimum, you want to be in contact with them. They will help you identify some of the potential pitfalls that are out there. What are the process requirements? There are very specific process requirements that you have to meet. If you do not meet all the procedural requirements, even if you approve it, it can be challenged and fail because you didn't meet the procedural requirements. They're very specific. And the county planning staff is excellent, and they will help you work through those 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And sometimes, depending on the type of annexation, the commission would need to be involved as well. And frankly, it wouldn't hurt to involve your local district commissioner in any conversation. Those folks don't like surprises, just like you don't like surprises. So some of those, like I mentioned earlier, the unincorporated protection area, those actually have to go to the county commission. Other involved parties, the residents, the property owner, Palm Beach County Water Utilities Department. This is where you're going to get into availability of utilities. Is there anything that changes by virtue of coming into the city? Those kind of things. And then I guess there's one site that's potentially an annexation customer that's owned by the Pahokee Housing Authority. So the interesting thing there is who grants such an approval, and are there other parties that are involved in having to approve something like that, like HUD or the state or the county or somebody? And that's something I've never dealt with, and so I don't know the answer to that, but those sort of questions you want to be asking if you're starting that process, and you want to know the answers to that up at the beginning, not at the end, where you've gone through all the rigmarole and then you find out, oh, Atlanta Office of HUD has to, sign and seal this letter, and they didn't. Okay, now we get to do it all over again. So you want to identify that stuff early on. And then my last slide is just a map of the city again. Next, please. Thank you. Actually, then my contact information is next, but we'll hold on this one. Questions and answers time. Well, questions and hopefully answers. I'll do my best.
Yeah, this might be a crazy question, but is there a case where you could unincorporate yourself if you're part of the city and you want to become part of the county? Is there a process such as that?
There is, and that takes a referendum of the entire city to do that. So a small area can do a referendum to join the city, but an area can't leave the city without a vote of the entire city. So yes, it can happen.
But it cannot be like
if one individual property owner says, man, I just don't want to be part of Pahokee anymore, no. So the voting to leave the city is something that happened, that is extraordinarily rare. The best example I can think of is actually the Westgate neighborhood of West Palm Beach. During the Depression, all right, we're going back almost 100 years. During the Depression, the city as a whole voted to, unfortunately for that area, cut them loose and cast them out because they couldn't pay their bills. The city was going bankrupt, and so they shrank their footprint. But that's an extraordinary, extreme case. It's very rare. But one individual doing it by themselves, no, they can't.
So it had to be the whole city wanting it?
The city would have to vote. A majority of the voters would say, yes, we don't want this area to be part of the city anymore.
Would they have to be property owners or just individuals?
Registered voters.
Registered voters?
Yeah.
And it would have to be on the voting,
Yes.
like election?
Yep. Real ballots, real election, all that painful, expensive stuff.
Mayor, do you mind if I ask a question?
No, ma'am.
Oh,
No.
sure. Hi,
So-
Commissioner, how are you? Good.
Just to complete that thought, so if that were the case, it would have to be, what would be the threshold that has to be met?
To vote,
Like,
to
I mean,
kick
you
somebody
have to
off the
have
island?
70% of the voters to come in.
I believe it would be simple majority, 51%. But that's my understanding. I am a lot less familiar with that than some of the other stuff, given that it's extremely rare.
I was just curious, I don't
Yeah.
know, I didn't even know West
What,
did that.
yeah.
Like 100 years ago.
Yeah, it was a long time ago. And the interesting thing is it has still not come back into the city. It's a CRA for the county, but yeah, that was a little gift that Westmont gave you 100 years ago.
So going back to
Yes, ma'am.
the part with the, because I think the biggest part for us is the Pahokee Housing Authority that we have out there. We have some property owners like Dove, is it Doveland, Sugar, whatever we call it, is it Doveland,
It used to be
Sugarcane?
Sugarcane Village.
Who those
I don't know.
are property owners that own, you know, housing and property owners.
Yeah.
But I know we asked before, I know that some of the owners said, no, they don't want to be part
Sure.
of the city. But now with the housing authority part of it is that, like I said, you have to go through the HUD, the state, and probably the county also, since that's,
Yeah.
Palm Beach County. I'm
I don't
just
know how the
saying.
structure works for that. You know, who is the, because it has to be the owner giving the consent. So who is the landowner, you know, for
Supposed
that?
to be-
entity?
it was a government,
Right, who has the
thing that's pretty
authority
much
to
government.
make that signature, you know? So
Yeah.
that would be a little challenge. It's not unprecedented. I'm sure somewhere in the state, someone has annexed a,
but just to
housing
say
authority
if that
property.
happens, what we need, just to say if that does happen and they approve it, that means as you showed on this cartoon, we pick up all of the,
Yes,
that comes out tab
yes.
into the city,
Yes.
whether your budget is increased or not, you pick up that.
Right, whatever services you all provide to
It has
the
to go there,
person
so
next
now
door
you're-
is the services you have to
So your
provide to them.
PBSO budget contract probably goes up, because now you'll be
Yeah, I
taking
don't know.
care. I'm just saying, because that's a bill that we would have to pick up.
Don't tell them.
You know, I'm just being, you know, I'm just being, because that's what some of
Yes.
the questions is,
Yes,
you know.
that's a
You know,
possibility,
your
sure.
garbage, and we would have to pick that up now.
Yep.
It would get more than what we pay now, it has to go, because we would provide
Yeah.
those services. The roads, we would have to take.
Yeah, there's
care of.
there's no two tiers of service when you annex a piece of property. There's no like, oh, this is your entry level of service, and then you get to, you know, join the rest of the, you know, the cool kids in 2
Even though
years
their
to get all the other
taxes,
services.
I'm just trying to make
Yes.
it clear to the
Oh, yes.
even though their taxes is not part of the city, because it's a government.
Right.
So, but we still pick up that tab, even though they're taxed up. Okay, I just wanted to
Yes,
be,
ma'am. No,
put it out
You are
there.
correct, yep,
Okay.
you're right on the money.
So, so in a case like that, if we were to incorporate a property that's by HUD, the landowner is supposed to be the county, as far as I understand. But the housing authority is the one that has the project on there.
Mhm.
But it's like, really, right, like smack in the middle of the city. I know that, you know, they get, the sheriff is paid by the county and stuff like that. Well, doesn't the county get anything out of the housing authority? I mean, I don't understand. I mean, they don't pay taxes, they don't pay anything to the county, and they get the land? Do you know that?
I suppose that they don't pay because.
They don't, it's government funded.
Yeah, government doesn't pay tax.
Government funded.
So is the housing, because I've been asking this question for years, is the housing authority a government agency? Or is it a nonprofit?
It's government.
I don't
That's
know,
not
I don't know the
a
answer to that, and
government
I shouldn't say anything because I don't know.
It's pretty much government.
I have asked this question and I mean, for years, and I haven't gotten a straight answer, and I don't know who to ask that would know.
Yeah. I would, if I was you, I would call the Palm Beach County Housing and Community Development Office and talk to them about it. They would be the most knowledgeable. They operate, or they administer all the, community development block grant and HUD funds and housing funds and all that kind of stuff, and they're very familiar with how those different structures work. And so that's Palm Beach County Housing and Community Development. I think that's their current name. Is that their current name, John? So Housing and Community Development, Sustainability and Economic, they change their name every couple of years.
Sherry Howard.
Yeah, call Sherry Howard, there you go. 1-800-SHERRY Howard. No, I don't know. But that's who would be able to, if they don't know the answer directly, they'll be able to send you where the answer would lie. Are there any other questions? Do we take questions from the assembled masses?
Do you know more or less what the fee is?
The fee for what?
For the advertising and the recording and all that?
The recording is,
For us,
Mr.
just
Lucas,
the-
do you know, is it like $12 a page or something now? I don't know. I haven't reported anything in Palm Beach County in a little while. The advertising might be like $1,500, something like that.
I know we had filed something and it came to about $600, but you're right, it's
Must
so
have been
many,
big, yeah,
so much a page.
yeah. they charge
But we've never had to do annexation since I've been here. What I'll do is I will ask Pahokee Housing Authority and get your answer for you, Commissioner.
Okay.
And another, I know we had one city, we said had to sit right there on the boundary and nothing. We had Canal Point.
Mhm.
I remember before, we went and we asked Canal Point to come into
Yeah.
Pahokee. And like you have to ask all of the residents, and the majority said no.
Yeah.
They wanted,
Yeah, that
they
might be
prefer
a
to
little
stay,
off.
like
that's
right
up
here,
there, isn't it?
yeah.
Yeah.
Like sits right
Yeah.
there, but I know
Yeah.
they didn't want to be part, because I know that some of their water utility is gonna be more than what they
Oh,
pay now
okay.
with the
Yeah.
county.
Okay.
So, some of the,
Yeah, I tried to do a little research on the water rates, and it looked to me like everybody's on the same rate schedule now, but I might be wrong, but that's what it looked like to me. So, yeah, Canal Point's an interesting question, because what you'd want to do, if you're going to annex in a residential neighborhood, what you want to try to avoid with annexation is creating a new jurisdictional confusion. So, whole blocks, clearly defined areas, that kind of thing, where it makes a lot of sense versus, one property owner on one side of the street and one on the other. Because, oh yeah, we'll fill it in eventually. Well, that eventually might be, 20 years, 50 years. So as best as you can, areas that have clear boundaries. That makes it easy for the people that live there and the people trying to serve them to know, are they in, are they out? Where am I supposed to go? That kind of thing. So.
and I know that I'm talking a lot, but, but the one back in 2008, I know that was like, Seville Street and El Dorado Street, I'm not mistaken, but which was so good about that though, because there were homes that were paying taxes.
Mm-hmm.
So that really helped
Oh,
the
yeah,
city,
yeah.
but the only thing is we got the housing, but we didn't get the road. So the
Oh.
road is still the county, but the housing is Pahokee,
Okay. What road are they on?
Seville and El Dorado.
Oh. The county would probably be happy to give you that road. If that's a two-lane local road.
Well, let them finish,
there
we're
you
doing
go.
it first and then they can hand it over.
Yeah, look, put a fresh coat of asphalt and
Yeah,
then
and
hand
then-
over the
and then you
keys.
hand it
Yes.
over.
I have an answer to your question. So
Oh.
it's the housing authority, and it looks like it falls under a special district.
It's a special district created by the state.
Oh, interesting.
So it's
They
government,
have a governing board?
Yeah.
so it's government.
Huh. Okay, fascinating.
And it is under the Florida statute, under chapter 14.
421-04.
Okay. Oh, look at that, we all learned something.
So would they have the authority to say yes or no, or do they operate on county land? So it's the county that still has the authority? Because you're right. we're-
Yeah, it's who is the landowner and who has the right to execute the owner's rights, and so that would be in like a lease agreement. So you can have a lease agreement that says, Yeah, I still own the land, but the lease agreement gives the lessee the ability to do just about everything, and the owner really has a minor role, or it may reserve onto the county decisions about those kind of things. So that would be interesting. So is it Palm Beach County owned and then it's operated by this special district? Okay. So you'd have to see what the operating agreement says. Now we're deep into attorney territory now. So this is a city attorney, county attorney type scenario. Are there any other questions? Okay. Well, thank you. It's been a pleasure being here with you all. We are your regional planning council, and we meet the fourth, I guess it is, third. What day do we meet? Anyway, we meet on Friday each month, typically in Stewart, which is a quick and pleasant 1-hour drive from here, because I just came out here. And we'd love to have you all anytime you'd like to come out and visit our meeting or join the council. We used to have a delegate here from Pahokee years ago. We'd love to have somebody again. So thank you all very much, and
Thank you, Tom.
I'll stick here for the rest of it in case
Thank you.
anybody comes up with a question.
Thank you.
Don't you guys do it on Zoom too?
Oh, yeah, we do. Yes. Yes,
I know, I've been
our
watching
meetings are available
something.
remotely on, we use GoTo, but it's the same thing as Zoom. And so our www.tcrpc.org, if you go on our website, that has the agendas, the schedule of meetings, and the link to the remote meeting that you can dial in from the comfort of your own home and watch the meeting.
And where is it located physically?
Our office physically is in downtown Stewart. The meetings are held at Indian River State College in Stewart, the Salerno Road campus. So it's actually, okay, so I said it took me an hour to get here. It's actually 50 minutes if you go to the meeting, because it's a little bit closer. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
And we would like to give Ms. Baxter a chance, an opportunity to say, address the commission. We know we're in a workshop dealing with annexation, and you are our representative, so we're welcome to have you say a few words if you'd like.
Thank you for that, Mayor.
Thank you.
So no, it's just a pleasure. I wanted to come by, listen to the presentation on annexation, see, it was brought to my attention there were a couple properties you guys were interested in annexing, so just wanted to kind of hear some thoughts and reasoning, and if there's anything I could do to help, really. So please, I'm here for you. Let me know what I can do.
Thank you.
Commissioner, can you please let everybody know when you're in the area where you're at, where to call to make an appointment? Because it's been said around here that you don't come to Pahokee, so that they know that you do care about Pahokee.
So I'm in Pahokee quite a bit, but as everyone knows, my most western office is in Belglade. And so it is on, the same building the commissioner office has always been in, where the DMV is there. And I am there any Tuesday. I do not have a Board of County Commissioners meeting. I'm in that office, and I set up appointments. I've met with, I believe, everyone on the Pahokee Council and other councils, just letting them know where it is and what my availability is, and just trying to get out here. But really, it's going to be more of a call me, email me, let me know how I can help, more than me coming and bothering you on a regular basis. As it was pointed out, I have 216,000 residents, and all of them, including Pahokee, are very important to me, but I am only one person, so I rely on my municipalities and leaders to take care of their cities, and then call me when you need. Really, I don't want to intrude or step on any toes. This is your city.
Thank you.
So thank you.
Well, if I can ask a question on this, I know I've spoken with Ms. Regina. I know she probably spoke with you about some issues that I have went to her about ongoing. I'm glad you're here, because along South Lake, we're trying to get a lot of the vegetation that's in the canals. I've been fighting this now I've been up here now, 7 years, And it's hard to find who owns the canal to get the vegetation cut out of the canal. And also the off-the-road bus stop, where the county owns the property over there off of, what's that street, Regina? That's South Lake? Off South Lake. And the vegetation there is growing up again. They cut it once, now it's growing back up.
Is
But,
it the Water Management District?
well,
or is
East
it-
Beach might, I think, own the canal, but,
Not the company, DBI used to be the company that did it, and now there's a new company.
think it's
that's
East
developed it
Beach
now. And
now,
they're saying, well, they can cut on one side of the guardrail, but they can't cut on the other side of the canal, because that's private land on the other side of that little, it's not really a canal, it's more like a tow ditch.
And then nobody knows who owns the property? Have we looked at the property appraisers?
yeah, we did all of that, all of that's been done.
Commissioner and I have been working on it.
But
Okay.
it's, I saw it for the community, and it needs to be cut, you know, from the last,
And I'm gonna rely on Regina to, I mean, look into those things, because she's gonna know even, especially out here, you name structures, and I know a lot more now than I did 5 months ago out here, but I'm not gonna pretend to be an expert in Pahokee. And so when it comes to these things, that's why she's such a vital part, and I think you guys should really use her to your best benefit, because she is the Pahokee lives here. She knows it better than, if I came out here every day for the next 5 years, I wouldn't know it as well as Regina does. So I really rely on her for a lot of that information, and then if we find the information, I take it and call and make those connections to whoever it needs to get done, and if it's county owned, I'll make sure it gets done. If it's, you know,
the
South
thing
Florida.
about it is, and it's getting very mind, because now, like I said, it's been almost 6 years since we done went through tears
And no one's
from
been able to
everyone.
track down.
No, and so I know from the last county commissioner, what she was saying is just to kind of just get it cut. You know, it should not look like that, because any other place it would not look like
Who owns the
that. Let's
land?
just get it cut, and then we'll see who owns it later. We don't have the equipment to get it cut.
So
So
are
if
you
the county
saying-
can come in and just get it cut, you know, get it cut out, cut it.
Miss Pat.
And then you bill out whomever has to be billed out, later. But right now, it's just growing, it's almost to where it's a dangerous going around the curve, you can't even see. You know, that's where we're at.
I appreciate
You
that, and
know.
I'll follow up with you, and I'll try
Okay,
to
and then
dig
the
in.
second one, when they took our bus stop, you know, they had the bus stop on the railroad track, you know, and then they moved it, and now the bus stop is not there. You know, I know FDOT came in and did some sidewalk improvement, so now where the county owns the property, where the bus stop actually should be, we asking for off-the-road bus drive, where the bus can pull off the road, because it's going around a curve.
So it doesn't
So
stop
if the bus
traffic.
stop, it's gonna probably hit the bus and the car in the back.
If it's an FDOT road, Florida, you know, if it's a state road, then they would be the ones that have to address that. Are you saying that's who's
No,
resolving
the
that
county
case?
would, because
Is
it's the
it a
county
road?
property where it should go, where the property is.
When we went by, okay, yeah, no, it's on the, we're gonna try to follow up and see what can get done, but again, it all comes back to dollars, which is why everyone wants to know who owns it, and then who's responsible for it, because the county, I mean, as much as I'd love to say I could make them just volunteer to pay for things, it doesn't work that easy, even for me. So I have to go, look, we own this looks terrible, let's get it taken care of, but if we don't own it and I can't establish who owns it, then it's hard for me to point my finger at them and say, this needs to be taken care of.
But if we can,
I will,
find some
yeah,
kind
let's
of
find out
way.
what's going on. And then Commissioner Gonzalez, did you have
Yes,
a question?
ma'am. The last time I checked was a couple of months ago with DBI. Where DBI used to be right there on Main Street, right behind your office, as a matter of fact. I spoke with the gentleman there, he was looking into it, because I did bring it to their attention to clean those areas, so they were looking into it, because I guess DBI used to do it, so they're trying to figure out now who's doing it now, because it wasn't brought to their attention that they may be the ones to do it, so they're looking into that.
It's actually the company that bought out DBI.
Right.
I spoke to them last week, and they sent out somebody to look at it to analyze what part they're responsible for.
Yeah, it's the
So
same person.
They're supposed to get back to us this week.
Okay, yeah, and as soon as, if we could share that information with everyone, does that work? Mayor, everyone you'd like to know?
Yes,
Also,
thank
we'll
you.
try to keep everyone in the loop. So, and you know, guys, I'm not gonna ever try to tell you something I don't know if I don't know it. I will just point blank tell you, I don't know, but I can find out just about anything. So those are the things I'm good at. I'm good at researching and digging in and so on. So, and this sounds like it's already handled. And once we get that answer, I'd love to share it with everyone.
Thank you.
Appreciate everything.
Thank you. Any other questions before I sit?
Made it like 3 steps.
Okay. So we're going to attempt to finish up our workshop on annexation. And the reason we are here, Mr. Lucas came on board about a year ago now, I think in April. And one of the tasks he was charged with was to look at annexation to see if we can increase our boundary. And a lot of the reason behind that was the property that we're currently looking at historically has been left out of the voting process. They don't have the right or ability to vote because they live in unincorporated Palm Beach County. That was one of the biggest concerns we had. Other than that, it was the concerns of doubling our population size. We currently have a population of approximately 5,500. With this annexation, we can double the size and we can have at least about 10,000 residents in Pahokee. But it comes at a cost, though. I think the last time we asked the Palm Beach County Sheriff Department how much would their service cost, they estimated just for Freedom Village, it would be $1 million. And we're talking about Dove Land, we're talking about Paget Island, and a few other unincorporated areas. So the cost is going to be the biggest hindrance in there. I think our city manager, part of his responsibility would be to assess the cost first to determine whether it's even feasible and whether any of that cost could be offset by the additional residents that coming into the city. There are very few homes. That's not going to happen. We're not going to add any additional tax base other than I think someone mentioned the fact that whether or not Palm Beach County was receiving any type of financial benefit from those areas. And I don't think that's the case. It's possible that something needs to be looked at. But maybe the increase in census count, other revenues can come in based on population. I don't have an answer for that. We're looking for staff to bring that to us and provide that for us.
Yeah, if I might, Mr. Mayor, it's interesting you mentioned that, and the gears were turning as you were talking. There is a portion of revenue that you get from the state revenue sharing money that comes to you based on your population. So if you increase headcount, it does increase that money. Now, I don't know what the ratios are now and how much you get per person, but certainly your financial folks can figure that out. And so that would be something to load into that calculus. That was not in my my presentation, but that would be something to consider, especially if it's of a magnitude like you're talking about. One person, it's not really going to make a difference. But if there's thousands of people, that could be a real number.
Okay.
But I don't know what that number is.
And briefly, Mayor, I just don't want to leave without saying goodbye. The Leadership Blades graduation is tonight.
Okay,
There, so
wonderful.
I hope you guys
Okay.
can make it after this.
Okay.
I just wanted to say goodbye and thank you for having
Okay.
me.
We have a regular commission meeting at 6, so we may be here between 8 or 9, but we'll try to be there. And thank you so much for coming, taking the time out to be here in person. We
No,
appreciate
thank you for
that.
having me.
Thank you.
She's a graduation. Leadership education. I don't know where that's at. Where's that at?
So,
It's in Belgrade.
It's in Belgrade.
so again, going back to the cost, I don't know how much research you have done or looked at, Mr. Lucas, as far as looking at the cost of annexation and whether or not that's going to be a feasible possibility. But listen to the presentation, one of the things was asked was, what would be the benefit to the city? I know we talked about having people the ability to vote. That's a benefit to the residents who are coming in, but what would be our benefit as a city as a whole? And at some point, we just have to determine whether we want to move forward. I think that the desire of this commission, at least initially, was the majority favored moving forward, at least looking at the possibility of whether or not this can or could be done. And I don't know where you are on that or what direction or additional instruction you need from the commission as far as whether or not we want to move forward. So maybe you can just give us an update of where you are and your staff on this process and what we need to do to continue moving forward if that still remains the desire of the commission.
Well, I've had discussions with Thomas and I have discussion with Joseph, our interim finance director. And in that cost analysis, we're still trying to determine the pockets. You know, you got down near Canal Point, then you have up where a track is, and where do we start? What would be our strategy? You know, we got an array of choices here: volunteer, majority volunteer, referendum, legislative, enclave, interlocal. So when you get around the track store and Lakeside, using volunteer annexation, there's some interest there with the track store and then Lakeside apartment. But bringing them in, you got issues with compliance with code enforcement issues. You know, so do we want to go that way, or do we want to look at, well, you guys mentioned that when we went to Canal Point, they as a whole said no. So then when I look at the next action, where's the South Lake, right past Barfield to the right? Pageant Island. Okay, so right there, I have to have conversations with authority, and what does that take from them, or their state-owned? Now that we found out that, then do they want to be a player with us with annexing in their properties? So.
But he said it's up to the landowner, which that would be the county.
No, he said government.
No. The
He said
so
state,
the state,
government.
The state and the governor, DeSantis is going to be the critical piece there. So we would have to write through whomever it is that represents the housing authority entity there. So I have no problem doing that, and we can put together costs. So Commissioner Perez alluded to if a person wanted to leave. One of the things that Thomas had brought up to you guys is that little word called enclave. So if you're in the middle, so say, for example, the person wants to annex is along the border. It's still going to cost you money, as Thomas had mentioned, but you'll have less of a fight at the corner than you would somewhere in the middle. Because once you create an enclave, no one's going to be able to help you there, because you'll create a hole in our system and in our boundary. So it definitely depends on where you're at when you're trying to do a withdrawal. But that's not our concentration.
Yeah, I felt it was probably as annexation. You got to be like.
Yeah, but anybody abutting is a strategy for us. Now, the thing that we hadn't talked about that he brought up was the cost. So since they're volunteer, now I've worked in other cities in Florida in which we made the person annexing in, volunteering, pay the freight for the filing and for the changing of the zoning, because their zoning would have to be converted from county to city zoning and flume, future land use. So that's a cost too. But like he brought up in his city of Green Acres, right?
Yes, sir.
They didn't do that because the person, they footed the bill. So I gotta calculate what that'll be in these pockets all around the boundaries, abutting our boundaries. So I'll get those costs, and then we can have a conversation. We'll bring it up on how you guys want to move forward. Now, I've spoken to two owners, the track, because I guess that I only know his nickname. Cowboy sold his convenience store, and then there's Zach, who owns Lakeside. So I have spoken to two owners. They're interested. That can start a riffle of people coming in, but if they're volunteering, I gotta see how much it is for us to absorb the freight of their volunteer, unless you guys direct me to charge for a person to annex in. So I can put together things for you, Mayor, Commissioner.
What would be the benefit for them?
Well, the benefit is always going to be, we're more responsive as a city compared to the county and them driving so far of a distance to go. Then also to the advantage is being accepted as a city and have a brand and the identity. But the double-edged sword is it's going to cost a little more in property taxes for them to come in, because they already have the property taxes for the county. Then we're going to add our 6.54. So that's something to consider depending on how much land they have.
So our tax rate is higher than the county?
No.
It will go up.
It just goes up by
It'll go
the
up.
city you annex into. So the county is one price point, then
On
City of
top of that.
Pahokee ad valorem goes on top. So that's like 21% millage versus 15 for the county. What's the county's 15 and some change?
I don't think we're at a point where we could do that now, because that doesn't make sense.
16.8.
Yeah, so you got 16.8
And then
plus.
23.38 when they come in.
So my taxes go up.
16, what was the figure?
The total is 16.83, and it goes up to 23.38. So the difference between those two should be 6.54. That's your city. 16.8.
Yeah.
Once it get incorporated into the city or annexed into the city, can the city make
No, it's
any,
together.
would that land now become the city's?
Price.
It still be owned by the county?
Yeah, so we change ownership.
So you still
So
don't get
it'll be
taxes.
whatever they want it to be, we can't change. So if it's non-ad valorem, it's gonna stay that way.
Correct.
Based on the information received today, are there any objection as far as going forward, having our city manager at least begin to look at the financial costs? Because that's going to be the key to me. Can we even afford it? I know we may have the desire to have them annex in, but can we afford it? And at what cost would we decide, it's too high?
Well, listen, Mayor, we would just really want to look at it right now. I don't think we really can afford it. It's something that we would like to look at in the future of doing. But if just taking your roads that you have within your city limits, we can get money to repair the roads that we have here already, sidewalks that needs to be done. I think if we can take care of what we already have that need to be taken care of. It's right now we're fighting and we're begging the government to give us access, more infrastructure dollars to take care of roads that haven't been done in 20-plus years. You know, and in our budget, we don't have it. You know, we have sidewalks that's you know, needs to be done all through the city. You have lighting that needs to be done all through the city, and it just right now. And as he said, yeah, it sounds good. The burger looks good when you get it, but then after you hit that last gavel, hey, all those problems. It's now the county. They okay. Phew, they breathing sign of relief, but we picking up that tab because your next phone call on Monday morning, and man, that I need some garbage cans out here, I need this out here, where we're paying, what, $300,000, $400,000 for trash, that's gonna go up another probably $200,000. You know, where's your PBSO is already $500,000, that's probably gonna go up another $500,000. We don't have it.
I don't think right now it makes any sense either for us as a city and the people to come in and annex. Because if you look at it, it's not profitable for either one. I mean, we're not ready, like she said. We need infrastructure. We need to concentrate within the city and make it welcome, especially for development.
I agree.
Yeah,
Agree. I think, you know, like other things, we're gonna really have to dig in and do the hard work and get this city on track and prepare for something like that. So I definitely agree that I would love to do it. I think we all would love to do it. We just have to do the work to position ourselves to make this more feasible in the future.
Also, I have a question. If the county owns land within the city and they want to put something here, it's, you know, it's not profitable, it's not, do we have any objection, or can they just come and do whatever they want in the city? Do they have to get, you know, approval from the city? How does that work?
So the county would come and have like pre-development meetings and things like that, and I would share that with the commission. If they own property, they still have to go through a development process in which the commission controls those items if they approve them or not. You know, you can deny a project.
Yeah, but if the property is zoned though, and they own the property, I mean, you can have some objections, but I don't think you can totally deny something that's properly zoned, they own, and you not prevent it from happening. There may be some rules and regulation that may have some preventive measures. I don't know, you know of any city attorney that if a county own the land, is properly zoned, and they want to build a project there, you cannot really deny that, I don't think.
No, if it's zoned properly. I mean, there may be some things that you can do regarding parking and other things that you may have specific to your code, but in most cases, the counties trump, you know, whatever regulations on land use issues that you might have. Like in Broward County, that's one of the very few things the county would be able to trump whatever city municipality said. Now, well, there's a lot I could go into with the charter provision that was passed and things like that. But to answer your question, not generally.
But I wasn't talking about zone, because my question is specifically for the old driver's license building that became a homeless or a COVID, and most of the citizens didn't know anything about it. So I don't know how it happened. I know I didn't see it come in front of the commission. And I mean, that happens to be one of the best area in the city. It's all lake, you could say front, and then they're putting a dog kennel there. I mean, the dog kennels and the drivers and the
FHP.
and the old driver's license. And then you have the homeless shelter, and the other used to be a building. So you're putting, you're giving us things that are not generating any taxes. So how are we gonna survive as a city?
I got it. I don't know. I disagree with everybody else. I think that Paget Island's been waiting for a long time to get that rights, to have rights given to them to vote in this community. They've been here they participate in our community, shop in our community. And when there's a will, there's a way. I just think it's our responsibility to figure this out. We as a commission should get together and try to figure this out, to try to at least annex Paget Island. They've been waiting for a long time, and no one else has been speaking up for them. So I personally feel we should do that at least for Paget Island. Start off with Paget Island.
Okay.
Well, it's not that I'm against it.
Yeah,
I just
I don't-
want to make
no,
sure
it's
that we
against it.
But there's a will, there's a way.
visibly make.
When there's a will, there's a way.
And
We
then
just
like
gotta
you
back
see
up.
here, you see HUD and the
We
state
have-
has
we
that
have to
say,
talk-
so we don't have that,
Right,
that say.
but let's have a meeting and see what we can do. We can't just say no. We can't just give up.
I would agree similar to what Commissioner Gonzalez is saying. I see a long, dark road, and I'm not sure if there's a light at the end of that tunnel, but I want to put a flashlight and at least see, and part of seeing is whether or not we can financially afford it. It appears that we may not be able to, but there was also some conversation there may be a way that money can be generated just pure on population. I'm gonna take the ARPA, and that's passed down, but if we had double the size that we had, we probably would have got double the money we received. Just ARPA, I'm just using that as one example. So there may be other parts of money, whether it's sensors or whatever connection associated with that money. So what I'm looking at is the charge to allow the city manager to at least research the costs behind it, and then once that is determined, if we figure that's just not feasible, then we need to stop it and then look maybe in the future how we can bring them in at some point. So my point and my question was to try to get a consensus to see whether or not we even wanted to try to proceed with this study
I
of
thought he was gonna
annexation.
do that anyway. I thought he was doing
No,
that.
not if we as a commission decide after the initial presentation, this don't seem to be feasible. And I don't know that personally until I see some type of numbers. But if it's consensus is allow him the opportunity to kind of move forward and bring the information back to us, we can decide at some point whether or not we want to move forward. I just don't want to cut it off at this point without having the dollar figures. And he's already saying he hasn't had his finance person looking at it, and some others need to look at some numbers to see what the cost. And one would be Palm Beach Fire Department, Palm Beach PBS, and any other costs associated with this project. Are we on the same page with that, or we need to?
I'm okay with looking at the
Yeah,
numbers.
just give it a try.
I like to have something to offer.
Yeah, no, I don't think none of us was against that part, but I'm thinking if you can find $1 million for that, and we still got bad roads here, let's put that $1 million towards the roads that's here. If you can find $1 million, I'm just saying, if you can find $1 million to do that, which I'm not against it, and I'm thinking everything should be Pahokee, one Pahokee. But if you got $1 million to put here, and you still got big potholes on 1st Street, 2nd Street, 3rd Street, 5th Street, Lattimore Road, you got none, you got all of this, you got still buildings that need to be demolished. You have a splash pad that they're talking about needs done. You have parks that needs to be developed. If we can find $1 million to do that, man, why can't we find $1 million to build the city? We got DEF docks on the marina that's going to cost over $1 million to get fixed. We got a campground that's not up to par. If we can find $1 million for that, let's put in something that's already here, and then you branch out, and then you gravitate into something and bring up more stuff, and then they have something to come in too. Because as soon as you bring it in, first they say, well, why we ain't got this? We need this. We need that. We don't have the money to do it. I don't think no one here is against it.
By fixing your infrastructure, then you
Yeah,
get all the development
and then, like you said, then you go to your homeowner. Taxes already went up the last year. I don't know about nobody else's, but mine did. My taxes went up. Now you got to go to your homeowner. Your taxes going up. You know, so, and I'm not saying, I don't think no one is against it. I think we all are for it. And I don't have no problem with him looking into the numbers. But I'm just saying, but if we can find $1 million to do that, with the county is already, the government is taking care of, and we now can take a big chunk that the government is taking care of, we got to eat that pie. You know, you got to be realistic.
Yeah, well,
and look at it on both
realistic
sides.
is too, if you feel, or the Georgia feel that way, and you know at the end that your conscience don't allow you to move forward with a project that may cost $1 million or $2 million when you got pressing needs currently within the city. I don't want to put him or give him the task of doing something when we're pretty sure that the final analysis would probably be that we don't have the resource, we don't feel we have the resource to move forward with this. And that's all I'm saying. I'm not saying we're abandoning it, but I just want to make sure if we do give him that charge, we want it looked at and want him to come up with the figures and have a realistic belief that it's possible that it can happen. If we don't think it can, then...
And another thing, why can't we use that, I'm sorry, Sarah, to get, let's get some land that we do have, build some apartments, and get them out of those, maybe they can move from there into the city limits. You know, it's all kinds of sorts of things that they might not be paying $300 or $400, might be paying more because you're not under the hood of the government, but you will have adequate housing if we could find a way to $1 billion that you're looking for. Let's find where we could build some adequate housing for the residents to move into.
Okay, so my question would be, do we want to table this for this moment and look at other things that with more within our control that we can do, and then maybe sometime in the future come back to this? Or do we want him to look at it and continue to research it?
Well,
that's something we need to answer.
This is how we're here right now, okay? And he's already started. Every time we have this conversation, we run into the program that it's gonna take money, But we don't know how much money or the figure. I don't think we have nothing to lose to have, the actual figures, and whenever we're able, we already know, what it's gonna take, and then we could proceed.
Okay.
At this moment right now, I don't think we're ready. But having the figures and I'm with Mervin. I think infrastructure is the most important thing. We need to get our city up to par. We do. It's a beautiful, beautiful place. Pahokee. I go through Pahokee and I go to Belgrade and I go, why is everybody coming to Belgrade? We look a lot better. We're a lot cleaner. I don't know. I'm partial to Pahokee, but it is. We just need to get these roads ready. Our school it's getting out there. Get the infrastructure and let's get to working in here and start getting developments and people coming in and we'll get housing, we'll get jobs.
Like I said, it's not gonna be an easy way to do this. We have to do the work. Like I said, I'm for annexation. Like I said, if you want to do the numbers, that's fine. But
I mean, we've talked about it a lot of times, and they just say, oh, it's gonna take a lot of money, it's gonna do, but if you look at the real numbers, then you'll see, okay, this is doable, this is not doable, it's doable in the near future, it's not gonna be doable for a while, you know, it'll give us,
Okay.
the baseline.
Well, the problem is
So-
the process hasn't been started. How are we gonna
Chances are
know?
that cost is gonna be different a couple of years from now.
And it's like you said,
Yeah,
you know, get more
but-
people in.
Yeah. But if we don't agree to move forward with it, at least we do have some numbers, although those numbers gonna change. It gives that justification of why didn't you move forward
And we
with
could give
it.
something to
Right.
the citizens.
Right.
It's not that we talked about it, but we really don't know what we're talking about.
Right. So it appears that the consensus would be, Mr. Lucas, as city manager, to move forward at least with the numbers, and at some point bring those back and see, and we'll take a look at whether or not we can continue with it or have to table it to a later date.
Yeah, because ultimately, they're the ones that want to know, need to know, and want this done, so
Okay.
if we show them why.
So for the part, we'll do our comments as far as the annexation workshop is concerned, and then we'll move for adjournment for our regular meeting. And I'll start with Vice Mayor Murphy.
Well, I think we don't say it what we say, so, you know, we just want the resident to know that we are working towards that. You know, I think it's because I always said one Pahokee. You know, I know we do have different areas where there's the county or government, you know, take care of those areas. But I think if we can build up our city, we can build it up, get more ad valorem taxes. You need more home ownership, your business taxes, and then I think then we can chump off another piece of a pie. We can't eat the whole pie at one time, but we might can chump off one piece, like he said, maybe Patchen Island, then a couple of maybe this one, and or either before then you have Dove Land and you have sugarcane, which is more, I think would be more easier to do because those could be volunteer, because those are just someone just own those properties. So you can probably do those better, more quicker than you will HUD. So we can get those in, and because that development will pay taxes. You know, because it's a private home, private ownership. So they would pay tax. So you got Dove Land and sugarcane. I think those would be the first two to look at. Supply. The big one is going to be trying to get that.
All right. So, Kane, what would be?
What's the two? I think the sugar cane. I think it is.
It is, it's same, isn't that HUD?
Yeah, that's HUD.
Yeah.
I just want to piggyback off of her. You know, I'm sure those partners are gonna, you know, you're talking about them, you know, taking over the fee for annexation. If I was a property owner and I wanted annex, I wanted to know what am I getting? Why do I want to annex? You know, I would like to have nice roads to drive through. You know, I'd like to have, you know that there's, you know, people that are going to live there have jobs in the city. That will be, you know, a plus. So, you know, we have to give and take. We have to be able to offer so that they will want to come and be part of our city.
The only thing you're going to get is garbage. Because they're on their own road. All they pretty much get is the garbage because they're on their own roads, almost like where the trailer park is. It's city, but we don't own the road. It's because it's privately owned. But they're in the city.
Yeah, because they own the development.
Any final comments, Commissioner Bowden?
No, I think Everybody's pretty much said what needs to be said. And I don't have any further comments.
Okay, Commissioner Gonzalez.
Yes, sir. To my opinion is that Paget Island's been on the back burner for more than 20 years. They're always told that they're gonna be annexed, someone's gonna look into it. They've been denied, I don't know how many times. No one's stuck by their side, and every time the opportunity comes up to try to even annex them, basically everybody turns their back on them. And this is really what they want. They've been fighting for more than 20 years. And I think it's time for us to tighten up and start trying to at least get something started to bring them in. Now, as for the property owners, it may be easier, but let's be realistic. What property owner is going to want to annex into a city, and they're going to have to pay more taxes? Just think about roads, like you're saying. They can do it themselves, or there's also grants to build roads. But realistically, property owners don't want to pay more taxes, and I don't see that happening. So I think we should just focus on Paget Island. Paget Island's been waiting for a long time.
But then you make us pay taxes.
Well, there's a way, there's a will, there's a way, everything, we can figure it out. We can figure out how many housing development do we have out here that we're already taking care of, and we're taking care of it.
It all depends on the numbers, Johnny.
Right.
It's not as $5, $10.
But that's what I'm saying. We manage all these
Especially if
years
you're not
with
generating
certain
it.
areas, why not Paget Island?
Okay.
Is
Mr.
it
Mayor,
what?
Mr. Mayor,
Yes, ma'am.
I don't know, have you gone through all the commissioners? I just wanted to let you all know something that I saw. So I was looking at the county's charter pertaining to the land use question that you had. There is a actual newer section that was added in 2004, which deals with voluntary annexation. And while municipalities are not prevented from annexing, it does require, and you may have hit on this, at least 5 members by affirmative vote of the Board of County Commissioners to actually approve that. So it does require county participation in that sense, and so that is in your county charter. And so I don't know if you have anything to add to that.
I believe that is only the designated unincorporated protection area.
It does say that it is for the unincorporated area into its municipal boundaries, except that voluntary annexation in an unincorporated protection area requires approval. So
that's on your handout, the green is the unincorporated protection area.
Okay.
So the yellow is all straight, ordinary, Chapter 171 voluntary.
Okay. Thank you for clarifying.
Yep.
Yeah, I saw that was.
I didn't know it was that long ago that they added that.
Yeah, that was right. That was changed. I didn't. Just thought I'd point it out. Thank you.
Okay. So conclusion, it is our desire to at least move forward to attain the numbers and see from there whether or not we're going to be able to afford to annex all or any of those properties in. And I would certainly, and I think we all are, looking forward to the day that we are able to bring those communities in, because it's really long overdue.
Yeah.
Like Commissioner Gonzalez stated, they've been waiting. They want to be a part of this community. And I know it takes money to do that, but we certainly, if we can, we want to be able to at least look at doing that. At this time, I entertain a motion for the adjournment of our workshop.
So move, Mayor.
Second.
It's been moved by Vice Mayor Mervin and properly seconded by Commissioner Gonzalez for the adjournment of our workshop. Call for question. Hearing none, all in favor. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Vice Mayor Mervin,
Yes.
Commissioner Perez,
Yes.
Commissioner Bolden,
Yes.
Commissioner Gonzalez,
Yes.
Mayor Barry.
Yes. Motion passed by unanimous vote. Meeting is adjourned.
Don't matter.
Tuesday, May 9th, 2023, to order at 6:02 p.m. May we please stay on vacation provided by Vice Mayor Mervin, followed by the Pledge of Allegiance.
Let us pray. God, we want to thank and praise you, God, for another day, oh God. Oh God, we ask you, oh God, to give us guidance, give us wisdom, give us understanding. Father God, we ask you, oh God, to unite us, oh God, with the spirit of love. Father God, we ask you to bless this meeting, oh God. Bless our citizens, our commission, our city staff, oh God. God, look upon this city of Pahokee and bless it in Jesus' name. Amen.
Amen.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Mayor Bab.
Present.
Vice Mayor Mervin.
Present.
Commissioner Bowden.
Present.
Commissioner Gonzalez.
Here.
Commissioner Perez.
Here.
City Manager.
Here.
City Attorney.
Here.
City Clerk. Here.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Thank you, Commissioner. Thank you, staff. And most importantly, thank all of our residents, whether by Facebook, social media, or here present, for participating in our regular scheduled commission meeting. Now we'll move with our agenda as presented. Next item on the agenda is the addition of any emergency basic add-on by the city manager. City manager, this time, do you have any additional add-ons that was provided?
Yes, I do, Mayor. Resolution 2023-28.
Okay. And for the record, just state the resolution you're preferring to.
It is a resolution for a consent order and temporary use agreement between the State of Florida Department of Environmental Protection, the Board of Trustees of the Internal Improvement Trust Fund of the State of Florida, and the City of Pahokee.
Okay, City Commission, we're going to take that add-on first. We have a motion to move the add-on to be added to the agenda?
I move to add resolution 2023-28 to our agenda.
A second.
It has been moved by Commissioner Bowden and properly second by Vice Mayor Mervin for the add-on to resolution 2023-28. Call for questions. Hearing none, are you ready for a vote? Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Commissioner Bowden.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Mervin.
Yes.
Commissioner Gonzalez.
Yes.
Commissioner Perez.
Yes.
Mayor Bab.
Yes. Thank you, Madam Clerk. Thank you, Commission. Motion passed by unanimous vote. At this time, City Manager, do we have any deletions from the agenda?
No, sir.
Thank you, sir. City Commission, haven't heard the one add-on to resolution 2023-28 and no addition. What is your pleasure?
What are we at here now?
We're moving for the approval of the agenda with the add-on.
Mayor Bat move that we will approve the agenda with the add-on to resolution 2023-28.
Second.
It has been moved by Vice Mayor Mervin and properly second by Commissioner Gonzalez for the approval of the agenda with the one add-on to resolution 2023-28. Call for questions. Hearing none, are you ready for a vote? Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Vice Mayor Mervin.
Yes.
Commissioner Gonzalez.
Yes.
Commissioner Bowden.
Yes.
Commissioner Perez.
Yes.
Mayor Bab.
Yes. Thank you, Madam Clerk. Thank you, Commissioners. Motion passed by unanimous vote. Now we'll move to presentation, public service comments, public service announcement, presentation, proclamation, if any. This section of the agenda is to allow our residents and the public to speak. Each speaker will be given a total of 3 minutes to comment. A public comment card should be completed and returned to the city clerk. When you're called to speak, please come to the podium, mute your device, And prior to addressing the commission, state your name and address for the record. City Clerk, at this time, do we have any public comment card or public comments cards completed?
Yes, sir, Mr. Robert Love.
Good evening, everybody. Good evening.
Good evening.
Good evening.
I'll do anything I want to tell y'all about Miss Mervin here. The day we passed out the 19,000 pounds of food, me, you, Miss Perez, Miss Gonzalez, Miss Boulay, we was all out there. And then, like I said, while we were alive, what I did, Miss Mervin. Miss Mervin, I love you. I don't care how we fall out in these meetings, people. I still love you. Because there's some Jesus in me. I don't know how much in you. So if we fall out, I still love you. See what we were doing tonight, hugging and talking? That's what we do when we fall out. We still come back together. Just like jelly. You can cut it, it's still going to come back together. But still like to come tonight and say, y'all been doing all right. Y'all been doing a pretty good job. Nothing to complain about. Nothing really to complain about because you still got people on your job. When there's something to complain about, y'all know I'm coming to complain. When there's something to say you're doing all right, you're doing a good job. You're doing a good job comparing. Because like I said, the last two meetings, it wasn't nothing but Lord say, oh, you don't show up because it was storming. I ain't been coming to the meeting because I didn't want to come. I heard Tadpole say Robert Love though he was staying in town. Robert Love stay in this town. Robert Love ain't gonna never not stay in this town. Gail Love got a house out there. Fran Love got a house out there. And just like up here and represent his brother, I represent them. Now tonight, I'm talking about this, we're going this far. Sheila Jones got a house around there. Y'all need to go around there and see she got a tent on. She talked y'all around there, Mr. Lucas, and said, this tree and all this need to come down. I got texted on my phone. I told her, no, I'm gonna speak for her tonight and let y'all know. The tent is over her house, and the people that got the tent over her house telling her, as soon as they take the tent off, the termites and all that, and rats and roaches, what they ran over there in that lot that the city owned. I ain't said somebody else owned. You know the lot what I'm talking about, Mr. Luke, because she had y'all around there. You know where I'm talking about on Booker? Y'all know where I'm talking about? Where Sheila Jones, Mother Jones' house? Which Ricky, grandmama and them stayed at?
I don't know, give me the address. I don't know that street like that.
I just don't know the address right offhand, but I did go over
She took y'all around there.
Yes.
And that day y'all said y'all were gonna do something. So the day she had the tent put over it, and then still now when she take the tent off, the lot ain't gonna be cleaned up. But yes, okay, we ain't got to do it that way, but hire somebody. We can hire somebody to get that done. It don't make sense. Somebody running back in the lady house in the city on the lot, cause if the city we doing something to some house and somebody on the lot, they'll be fine. And the other thing, I don't know who working about the splash pad. What they do about the splash pad? Give me some information on who's supposed to be doing it, cause I need to find some information before it gets summer. If y'all doing anything about the splash pad, if y'all got an engineer, give me his number, name, me out there and show me what he telling y'all. Y'all understand what I'm saying?
We're doing that tonight.
Y'all done that tonight? Thumbs up to y'all. All I got to say now is, damn, y'all doing it. Thank y'all, thank y'all. And that's why I wasn't going there with you tonight, because like I didn't say, I'm going there with you. We big in that. Show you I'm big in that. I ain't got to come up here and say, damn this, that. Put everybody out of business. No, we don't do that. Thank y'all.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Cars.
Ms. Annie.
Good evening, everyone. Annie Eiffel, Project Director, Healthier Glades. Just wanted to give you guys some community updates. I apologize if I look tired. I had to be up early this morning at New Bethel for the TV interview for the youth explosion. And so I just wanted to just share with the community, if there's any youth in Pahokee that have any type of talent, dance, music, there's an opportunity for you guys to participate in a youth competition. But prizes are first place $100, second place $750, and third place $500 for both dance and singing, rap, categories. And so that is going to take place on May 21st at 4 p.m. at New Bethel Missionary Baptist Church under Les Camp. We're continuing our networking mixer with mental health professionals at Mutt Tavern on May 4th. This gives us an opportunity to really connect with the local mental health professionals that are in our community to see what services are available, what are some gaps that we need to get filled. And so that was a very enlightening conversation that we'll be sharing at a later date. On May 23rd, we're going to be doing a mental health resource fair at Belglade Civic Center. Any parent, any adult who wants to know about what mental health services are available in the Glades, this is your opportunity to come out and talk one-on-one with these organizations that are providing these services. There's no cost, it's open to the public. There will be there will be prizes and awards for those who attend. They can put their names in drawing. One of the prizes is a 50-inch TV for those who show up. So that's May 23rd, 5:30 p.m. at Belglade Civic Center. The last thing I want to talk about is in June, Healthier Glades is working with Ms. Bolden Community Impact Health Awareness Month. We're going to be doing a elementary school. And so this is a males that blood sugar check, blood pressure check, have conversation and wellness. They're more than. Once we bring that information out to you guys. So that completes my day. Thank you.
That was Pahokee Elementary, you said?
10th at 1 o'clock.
Have flyers for the youth exposure.
I think it's about a couple of more back there.
We're trying to get a black.
Okay.
I can send it to you, then y'all can share it.
Okay.
And if you go to our Glades page, it's supposed to begin just.
Okay.
You know what weekday that is?
Sunday.
Oh. That's good.
Thank you. In addition to comments, just as a extent, I would mention that the month of May is mental health. We did do a presentation at our last commission meeting, and everyone is encouraged at some point during this month to wear green. I have my green on today for the first commission meeting.
One more thing. And thank you, Mayor. One more thing before I forget. For the past couple months since March with our Let's Move campaign, we have been doing Zumba at the Pahokee Gym. I just want to say thank you to Ms. Dean, who partnered with us to
continue this item to be
With an agenda for April 2023 City Commission meetings.
Second.
moved by Vice Mayor Murray, properly second by Dr. Bolden for the adoption of the April 25th, 2023 City Commission meeting. Call for question. Hearing none, are you ready for a vote?
Even if we lowered this, it wouldn't affect that person because we can't retroactively go back. So staff recommends that we have no change in the rate at this time.
Okay, so when you go to the marina, they charge you by the foot, and then by the month, they charge you for your boat, and they charge you for the where you're parking it.
So basically the square foot, so the minimum is still $400.
Okay, but there's two fees. Cause you got the Glaze RV and Marina Resort, $150 per foot, and then you got $14 per foot, 500 minimum plus electric.
That's a more,
I don't
that's more.
understand that. What, how does?
So when the boats come in, they're measured and the
Right.
rate is set, but they still have a minimum regardless of how small it is. It's still a minimum. And then they go on that square footage and it's going to increase their monthly rate. So when we did the matrix, we're just telling you how it's basically charged.
I still don't understand how you're charging.
It's
The
$400
information they
plus the size of
gave
the boat.
you to figure out the rate is not really clear for her or for anyone unless they measure them, but we probably could at least ask for the average boat rental fee, what was that would cost. Maybe simplify it just a little.
Okay. Good evening, everyone. So it's $2 per foot on your daily, on a daily rental. If you're there up to a month, there's still minimums for all these locations. So if you have a small boat that doesn't make it to the 400, to the minimum for the month, you're still gonna be charged that minimum rate.
What is the minimum though? Just make it simple.
For us, it's 400.
We know it for us.
Okay, for the others, there's like for the Glades RV Marina Resort, it's $500 minimum. For Indian Town, it's $650 minimum. So if you're there for a month, you're still gonna pay those rates, no matter what size how small your boat is.
Okay.
Okay? But the daily rate, it's then measured by the foot.
So if I just go for a day, I'm gonna pay by the foot.
Correct.
If I'm
But if
gonna
you stay more than,
2
Pay
weeks
for
to
the
a
month.
month, I'm gonna pay $500.
you're gonna pay $400 here,
What's the size of your
no
boat?
matter what size your boat is. No, I mean, if, for example,
If
if
it's
it's,
one day,
no,
only a month. If I'm
Only
there
a
for a
month.
month.
if you're there for a month, you're gonna pay $400 if it's a small boat. If it's a larger boat, you're gonna pay by the foot, and it may come out more than $400.
Okay.
Our rates are lower than mostly everybody across the Glades area and out west.
The only other question is, okay, we're looking at the rates, but how do we compare in condition and amenities? Because that's one of the things, I mean, I know people need a place to.
But remember, you were charging $48.30 a month for a boat. That's
Well,
80
that's
cents.
ridiculous.
That's 80 cents a foot. Okay, up to 20 feet, and then it would go to 160 per foot over 20 feet. And then the storage rate, if you just stored your boat, it was $150 a month. I mean, we can't.
What year that was? Those rates you
Those
referring
rates,
to?
you guys changed it, I believe, a couple of years ago.
Okay, I know it had to be a couple of years because
Yeah.
I was paying a whole lot more than that.
So-
Actually, more than the
Was that
400, I believe, but
the
anyway.
last commission? City manager, those changed the
Okay,
fees.
so you
Tell me.
said,
Resolution, I
you
can't
said
remember.
here it's $2 per foot, but for the month it's $400. If I
Minimum.
divide 400 into 30, I come to 1333. Not
So,
a day instead of, I don't know how, $16 per foot, $2 per foot.
over 20 feet, it's $16 a foot. So $2 a foot up to, it's $2 a foot up to 20 foot. 21 feet and above, then they start charging $16 a foot. But if you are there longer, up to a month, then the minimum is 400. Minimum, not maximum, minimum. So depending on the size of your boat and the rate you're being charged, you still have to pay a month, $400. If you're there a month, if you're there a couple days, then no. Then you get charged by the foot.
Okay.
So anything less than a month, you prorate it, you do your daily
Correct.
math.
Correct.
So staff is recommending that we keep the
our
rates
rates.
as is?
Yes.
Because it's already the lowest in the
Yes,
Glade?
it's the lowest in the area.
Yeah.
Now, and then for the record, this rate kicked in January of '22 from '21 when, oh, she ain't in here, when y'all voted.
Yes, we voted to increase
Okay.
it, because we were at a loss.
And then Lauren
We
had
were
put us
operating
at a loss.
in the marina.
I'm not sure who,
So
Before y'all changed it, yes. Yes.
That's what they said.
Okay.
not on this. Is Belglade considered a marina?
Yeah.
Belglade on there?
I didn't put Belglade because I couldn't. It's actually a park, and there's really no. I mean, I couldn't get a rate for an arena there, so I didn't put them in here.
So you don't know what they're charging
No,
to
I
dock their
couldn't get
boats
anybody
here?
to give me a rate. I called the city, and they.
I don't think they have, I don't think they consider
I don't
marina.
think it's
'Cause they just have a little, it's not really a
They
marina.
got boat dock in there though, and that's
Yeah,
why
but
I
it's-
asked what's considered a marina. You know it's not a marina?
Yeah, it's
They
an
don't
RV
charge?
park.
Huh?
It's considered
It's
an
an
RV
RV park.
park, and I believe it's just a little lake that they have there. I
Okay.
don't think it's.
Yeah, I wasn't sure, and that's why I asked,
Yeah, it's
was it
mostly a
considered a
park.
marina?
So I tried getting
Okay.
rates from there, but I couldn't get anybody that gave me a rate.
Yeah.
I'm not sure who brought it up for the reduction anyway, I'm not sure, but it's staff recommendation that we remain
And we keep the
our
price
rates
where
the
it is.
same, so do we have a motion to that effect?
Mayor Bear, I make a motion that we will keep the marina rates as is since it's the lowest around the vicinity.
There's a second? Okay, without a lack of a second, we're gonna go back to trying to discuss what would be the rate. We got a motion.
I would suggest, I don't know, maybe lowering it some until we get
Right.
everything, you know, up to par, the docks fixed and, you know, make it.
Mr. Mayor, can I just make a suggestion? This is, the stuff that you all have listed under old business really should go under the manager's report. So you should not be voting really at this time on items. I think he's just bringing stuff to you for your consideration, but things should be coming back as resolutions, really. So I would just, you know, I wouldn't encourage what's happening right now.
Yeah,
And
and that's what I'm saying, I didn't know why it was even on here as far as
Just for
getting
discussion,
it, huh?
discussion and direction, but not vote.
Okay.
When will it be brought back up? Next committee?
he can bring it to the next meeting as a resolution, if that's what staff is recommending. And they can put it in a resolution with the report, and you all would be able to, you know, consider it that way.
Okay.
But this isn't what you've been doing, and it's
Okay.
not really considered old business.
So we're
Okay.
gonna vote to put it.
We're gonna,
No, you don't. You don't.
if he
On the
bring it up
resolution?
on the resolution to have the rates remain the same, then we would vote on it. I'm not sure why. I just thought he was trying to get the approval of the commission to vote. But if we do need to vote, then just add it as a resolution at our next meeting.
So on all these items, these 7 items under old business, I'm seeking direction. I just anticipated some pushback on changing the price.
Okay. One commissioner has indicated that she feels that it need to be reduced. He's getting some information from us, so it would determine then on the consensus of our input whether or not he would need to bring a resolution before us at our next meeting to reduce the rates, whether temporarily or permanently, or to improvements are made on the dock or whatever the case may be. So we do have one suggestion of lowering the rates temporarily to the docks will be able to be fixed. And whether your suggestion on that just for conversation and information purposes, what would it be? It's currently $400 a month.
I agree with Commissioner Perez. We should,
I don't know, maybe reduce it $100?
$300 a month.
Huh?
I agree with that.
Okay.
But the attorney said we should.
No, we're not gonna vote on it. He's just trying to
getting
get some
feedback.
direction
Oh,
for
okay.
us, what to bring forth at our next commission meeting. So that would be a suggestion in the back of his mind is consensus that we reduce it by $100 to $300 a month. Temporarily to the docks are fixed. Next on the old business is the discussion and erection of a place selected number of city-owned properties out for bid to the public. So it's several properties that the city manager is seeking our input on whether or not we should move forward with placing them out for bid so the public could bid on them.
Val, next slide. Okay, so there's a handout that's yellow and blue that has NB, not buildable lots. I would like to be able to bring forward in a resolution those on this page, commercial and residential. You'll see brackets in the far left-hand column here. Those are lots by each other so that you could possibly gain a buildable lot. So just letting you guys see that. The others that we have on our list that we own, they are buildable lots. I didn't put them on the list, so we strategically can come forward at a later date to use those as development tools or strategies to sell, to build other housing that's much needed. But in here, if we do put this out to bid to the public, then I'm asking that we have some restrictive language to agree to improve the lot within 12 months, and if not, they have to return the property back to the city.
Okay, so these ones that you have in parentheses, all the ones on the top are commercial vacant lots.
Above the blue line, yes, ma'am, and then notice in 1, 2, third column, buildable or not buildable. Just the NB on this list is what I would like to put out to bid or RFP for the public to see if they wanted to purchase. And then below the residential NBs are you see the addresses and everything. So you got under residential 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. You got 6.
So if they're not buildable,
Yeah.
what are they gonna do with it? Just gonna be a piece of grass grown up like it is now?
Well, I don't know who may be interested in the lots that's next to them that's vacant.
Be the only person interested.
Yeah, that'd be
is
the only one that
that's
could really
next to it.
build on. Yeah, like if,
Well, it's just a start. I'm
yeah,
just
like if
asking.
Sarah owned this one, got a house here and it's vacant, if she buys in that, she can
Yes.
expand. You know, I'm not talking about, Sarah, I'm just talking about using her name. She can expand because of that's there, but other than that, if I purchase that property, nothing I can build on it. Cause it's not large enough to put a house or nothing on it, Well, maybe you could put them tiny houses on it.
Now, some of these, the ones that you got in brackets, are they like adjacent to each other?
Yes.
Yeah.
They are adjacent to each other.
So, I would suggest is bidding them as a packet,
Yeah.
and then you
like that,
start
yeah.
with the starting bid. If you're gonna do it like that. Because if you cannot build, with one of them, you're not gonna buy a commercial piece unless, like you say, it's next to your property that makes sense for you. No one's gonna buy it.
Take two non-buildables and make a buildable. So that's
Exactly.
At least two buildable we can
Yeah.
create.
You got 1, 2, 3, just three
That you
lots.
can make buildable, yeah.
This would be real big.
And that's, yeah.
That would be a consensus, I believe, to combine the two lots together. They're gonna be listed under the tax office as two lots, but we're gonna combine them.
Okay.
And give one price as far as bidding on it.
Small as it is.
All right, so it's combo.
I'd like to get some input on the time that he's requesting the city give, and there's nothing wrong with that. I think you need a certain amount of time or resort back, but what would be the repercussion? Do they receive any portion of their monies back? Was it 10% or 90%? I don't know what the number that you're looking at, but that needs to have
You put a
to put
condition
in
on
there.
the title.
Yeah. We're not giving
So-
the total money back, but we need to give them maybe possibly some of their money if they don't build within a year, if we're taking that lot back. I'm assuming we want to do that. How much, I'm not sure.
Well, since I've gotten here, I've heard from each and every one of you of deals that we didn't put restrictions on it, and the people never built
I
on it.
agree 100%. I think we all do
So,
on that.
okay. If you say, I'm gonna give you something back, there's still no incentive.
I don't think you give
It's
any
either you
back,
all
eh?
in or you.
I think it's probably legal wise. How can this be done?
Well-
Can you sell a property and put conditions on it and?
Absolutely. The first thing you do before you do any of that is you have to declare it surplus property. So you would look at the list, you would declare it surplus property. If that's what you all believe, I would, I just looked in your ordinances, I don't see it there, so it may have been passed by resolution, Madam Clerk.
We do have something in the ordinance in reference to surplus property, and as far as I know, every 5 years, we're supposed to put any surplus property out for bid. The last time we did it was in 2016.
Now, I do see it mentioned reference surplus one time, but it doesn't relate to anything that we're talking about. So I'll get with you on that, but that will be the first thing that you do. And then after that, we'll see what that ordinance says, if that sounds like that's the first place to start. And we can make a report on it at the next meeting once we have that.
It is just my input. I agree that there should be a time limit on it, but 12 months, I'm not sure if that's the number that I would prefer, because people have some difficulties building on property. They buy the property, you don't want them to keep it forever, but 12 months, I'm just asking us to look at that and make sure that's the number we want. I think it should be a little more lenient than 12 months.
Mayor, just so I chime in, you used the word buildable, so staff beat me up today when I used that same word. They said since it's a small lot and it's non-buildable, we should use a term like improvement. Improve it some kind of way, whether you put plants, decoration, driveway, making a parking lot, whatever, but it should be improved within 12 months.
Okay.
But
Just a suggestion.
But if we turn it into a buildable lot.
So do you want to do 10% if they don't go through or something? Is that what you're suggesting, Mayor?
The only thing, if you put it improvable, I mean, we gotta put a time
The-
limit.
the
Because
bill-
then they'll put some plants around it and keep it there for another year. And you want to build your tax base, isn't that what
I
we're
think
trying
what
to
he's
do?
referring to is these little smaller non-billables that's not connected to
Yeah,
another
that's-
property, that to show some improvement on that lot before we're able to take it, you got to show that you have done something with it. You just ain't purchase it and just side on it. Grass still growing, nothing has been improved on that property. We're going after, I think, and should maybe in those cases go after those. But like Commissioner Bowden indicated, those that are being
Buildable.
combined and are billable, then we want to see something built on those.
We can pull a permit in a year,
You know.
and in 2
At
years,
least-
something needs to be on
yeah.
it.
Maybe
they don't have to
24
have a
months,
building
you
on it.
want to see a building start to be built on there.
On the
On
buildable.
those. We're talking about now two separate
Yeah.
All right.
type of property we have. But I just, the 12 months, I didn't think
Yeah.
that was just significant enough, purchase the property. Give them time to at least build on it. And 24 months seem to be a reasonable time I'm looking at.
Well, I mean, at least you could see that they're starting to do something. You know, they got drawings, they started. Well, I don't have money secured for this development, but I have whatever.
About Mayor, if we do within 12 months have a permit pulled if necessary, or at least have some plans entered to the city, to staff, so we know that I can bring that back and we see what it is, and then the max of 18 months, maybe, if you ain't did nothing, you gotta give it back. And then what's the refund period? Is the refund period within a 12-month period? Then after that, you get nothing back. If you do it, if something goes left or we come.
Or you could put within the first 12 months, you have to show, that you started your permitting, your design or whatever, and that you have something, have it completed within 24 months or something to that effect. So we know, okay, you're on track, you're getting started, because, you don't know what might happen to the person, They might die, they might lose a job, they might win the lotto and buy the whole Pahokee.
Just create a checklist for the first year and for the second.
Okay. So
Be like
12 months
final
refund.
inspection.
And I was those three that were combined.
Yeah.
That if they're not a successful bidder on them, then we give that for a match. No,
That's
three
good.
houses.
Good one.
property. Oh, commercial.
Referring to the
But for its residential lots. Normally would. I
But
don't
can they
know
go
if that's
up?
possible.
Well,
Is there-
just know tiny house, that's less revenue coming in, but it's still revenue coming in
Yeah.
for our lowering, but then you reduce your overall average cost of your homes. Because now instead of the average being 1,000 square feet, you go into a tiny home or something less than 700 square feet. Then it's about what is our standard? What is our comprehensive plan? That is something we gotta get working on with Thomas on is our comprehensive plan, our EAR. There's a lot of things we're behind on in our planning and zoning, and we need to hurry up and catch it up to speed. But this affects size overall when you reduce. I'm just saying. I'm not a big fan of reducing my zoning for housing.
On a single family home, what is the required, size of lot that you have to have?
I want to say buildable is like a little over 6,000 square feet. So I'll get it, confirm it, and send it to you guys.
6,000 square feet?
Yeah, so when you had, back in the day, a lot of cities, when they were developing, they did like the row housing, or you did a PUD, a planned unit of development. So in a planned unit of development, you're gonna have a structured size lot. But once you knock that house down, the new zoning plans that said there has to be 10,000 square feet kicks in.
I know,
Now, if a
because
portion
that's
of the
one-
house is still there,
Yeah,
then
one wall.
yeah, so.
But my question is on some of these that are not buildable because of the zone.
Okay.
Well, on some of, can you just sell them at the fair market value, plus the liens? And then they give them a break on the liens if they was correct, if they corrected, give them a break on the lien of the property.
The what now?
You sell them at the fair market value of the property, plus the lien. But if they correct it, then you give them a break on the lien. Can you do that?
Yes, and then a lot of times what we've done historically is if a person built without a permit, you still got to pay that penalty. And then also another occurrence that has happened is if we had to go cut your lot and it took time and staff time to cut it, we want that money, but we still would consider doing, as you suggested, reducing their fine so that that can.
Mr. Mayor?
Yeah.
Through the mayor. So that's not something that you would be able to do. You can, however, have an amnesty program, like through code enforcement, if there are code enforcement liens, and you can look to, make certain reductions. And I think the city has had an amnesty program in the past. If not, I can give some legislation for that, and then that will allow the managers some flexibility on dealing with liens that exist. But just in terms of just cutting liens, you can't do that, right? So if that's something that the commission is interested in, we can bring back some legislation that would allow you to look at that. And there are a lot of different ways you can, give him authority for people to come in. Normally, it's like for a period of time, let's say for a year, or between, a 3-month period, we might, entice people to try to hurry up and get in and get things paid because maybe they get a, 50% reduction. I don't know. I'm just throwing that out there. The other thing that will happen is some cities will put that in place and then continue it, for some period of time. They'll extend it, and more people hear about it, and other people will come in and pay hopefully pay the lien. So that might be something. But I thought we had done that before. You don't remember anything like that? Yeah, for some reason I'm thinking we had.
So I have a question. These properties are being bidded out with existing liens on it? So if I look at it and you want $15,000 for this one, but you got $100,000 in liens,
these are city properties.
These are city properties.
Yeah,
We
these
ain't
are
gonna
city
have no
properties. They shouldn't have liens on them.
We don't have liens.
So why are we talking about liens?
Because that's something somebody asked a question about.
Oh, I thought it was because there was so.
It was just a what-if question by Commissioner,
Oh, I
by
thought
Vice
it
Mayor.
had liens on it. I was wondering why.
No, these are our properties, there's no liens.
Oh, wow, okay.
So, all right, I just wanted clarity, if I may, Mayor, just NBs, combine the ones that have brackets to put out as a RFP to the public for both commercial and residential.
With stipulation?
With
stipulation.
And I have another question. Are you gonna have a starting bid?
Yeah,
Should the
it's gonna be,
starting bid,
you see right there, that last column say market value? That's the price.
That's the starting bid?
Yes.
Okay. No problem.
Okay, next for discussion and direction to join the Palm Beach County Central Chamber of Commerce and the West Palm Beach Black Chamber of Commerce. City Manager.
Well, you know, we need, I know we have the Pahokee Chamber. I don't know if it's dormant or who's the head, but we've gone another year without having marketing and presence of a chamber. So since Palm Beach County Central Chamber is Hispanic as well as a general Chamber of Commerce, I just wanted to suggest that we look into doing that. I think the membership's like $600 for it, as well as West Palm Beach Black Chamber of Commerce.
My suggestion would be to attempt to establish our own Pahokee Chamber of Commerce. We don't have to do it as a city, but see if we can get someone to take that lead and responsibility of doing it. Secondly, it would be to join the Belglade Chamber of Commerce as opposed to a West Palm Beach Chamber of Commerce, or Chamber of Commerce outside of the Glades area. They can help promote our local business if necessary until we can get to the point we have our own up and running.
Okay.
That would just be my suggestion.
Yeah,
on moving
I didn't even
forward.
realize that, so I apologize, man.
Yes.
Didn't know.
Yeah, last time I spoken with Regina Boland as in reference to our chamber. It's still active, but she doesn't have a building to actually make it official. She's been doing this from her house. So I don't know what's going on with the building she was in right by the marina. What's the setback? Because she's willing to reopen if she can just, you know, they can provide her with the building. Because she's really trying to push it.
Is she currently Ms. Baxter A for the Glades office? I don't know if, the reason I'm asking that was seen to me would be a conflict of interest there. You know, I'm not saying Pahokee Chamber itself can't have a chamber, but I don't know if Regina would be the one that should be running it. I don't know. That's a good question. Yeah.
Well, I'll just say, I looked into both of these, and they're well organized, well established. They have a very good network. I think that going with someone who's established and who's done this in other municipalities, I think it's a really good idea, especially since we fall in their area. Even though one says black, it is all inclusive, by the way. It includes anybody from any race. That's just the name. But someone who's well established, well connected, and already has the resources and the experience, I think that's the direction that we possibly should go in.
Okay.
That's just my opinion.
What about the suggestion of the Belglade, a local chamber that's here in the Glades?
Right.
We're talking about a $600 fee for these other two chambers, and you got to look at what benefit we're going to be receiving from us, advertisement and promotion for this area, our local businesses. I don't know. And they're going to need our local business to be part of their chamber to help generate some advertisement for their businesses too. So I'm just thinking the distance between the two cities would probably prohibit it being as successful as it would have. And I may be wrong, and that's just my suggestion, why I even suggested the Belglade as opposed to those two. I'm not saying we don't need a chamber.
My suggestion is to keep it local.
Yes.
Let's keep it local.
We've
Let's
kept
try
it
to do
local
our
for
own,
40
and-
years.
And if temporarily we have to do with Belglade, do Belglade.
Yeah, we have neighboring city.
We already on our own as it is,
Yeah.
and who knows our city better than us or Belglade?
I'm just saying, if you do what you always did, you're gonna get what you always got. And sometimes you just have to try something different. When you talk about somebody that has the resources, the networks, the connection, the current ones that we have always been here, and look at where we are. at some point.
We never joined the Belgrade Chamber, though.
Okay,
That's the only
so
thing.
let's look at how they're doing.
And I will say this,
So what I'm saying is, if you compare the resumes of Belgrade Chamber, and that's something we can discuss, of Belgrade Chamber of Commerce and either one of these, you know, I would want.
you're talking about Palm Beach and Belgrade, they're gonna be different. Just Belgrade is smaller, but it's more to our, you know, our needs, our assets, our, what we have to, you know, and to say this, the city of Pahokee was not paying their fees for the Pahokee Chamber of Commerce.
That's correct.
Had they supported it, maybe, you know, they'd be in a better.
All I'm saying is I would want the support
So-
of people who are very successful in what they do. That's all I'm saying.
I'm sure.
Mayor, Commissioner, if I could give a little clarity, the Central Chamber of Commerce is for Palm Beach County, but it's central. The Black Chamber is the Black Chamber of Palm Beach County. It is not West Palm Beach. Also, Mr. Coffer is with FPNO, but he's also a part of the Central Chamber of Commerce, so he can give some clarity of how Central Chamber of Commerce works.
Just appreciate your discussion. I'm Alon Coffer, I'm External Affairs Manager for FPL, so I'm here for that item, but I also happen to be an executive board member for the Central Chamber of the Palm Beaches, which, as you mentioned, includes the Hispanic Chamber of the entire Palm Beach County as well. So I don't want to speak on behalf of the CEO, but if there is any interest in getting more information on the chamber, I'm happy to pass that along to her and make sure that the city manager and you all get whatever information you need. So I just happen to be in the audience, so I just wanted to share that and appreciate your good discussion on the issue.
I have a question. Would you guys have any hindrances in terms of proximity with working with the city of Pahokee?
No, I mean, I think one of the things I could check with our CEO on is if you would like a list of the existing members. We have members throughout the, central Palm Beach County community as well, due to the fact that it includes the Hispanic Chamber of the entire county. There's members from throughout the county that choose to join at different member levels. So we're happy to get that information as well.
Thank you.
Okay.
Yeah, I agree with the mayor. I agree with you. Work on our city's own personal chamber and connect with Belgrade.
So, I mean, it's good we got different perspectives, and we should, and that's why we have a diverse commission. But my opinion is to shop local, work local as much as we can. I know Commissioner Bolden indicated if you do something that was done in the past, you're not going to get any different results. We haven't dealt with the Belgrade Chamber in the past, only Pahokee, and the reason Pahokee, it's just been non-existent for a while. But I think if you look at my first suggestion, it would be to establish our own local chamber, if we can entice someone to take their responsibility. If not, the second one would be to join the Belgrade and spend our dollars locally and support our local resources.
Mayor Bab, can I just ask, I know this is not on there, since we have FP&R here, and like we have a long list of this, can we have them to do their presentation so they don't have to be here all? Like, is that possible that we can do that? I know they're here and they're so they don't have to sit here through. We still got about 4 more of these before we can get down to public hearings.
I don't know how deep LP is.
There is the number 27. That's 2020. It's F. So you coming for the LED lighting, right?
The last one, so if we can have.
Yeah, I don't have a problem if the commission want to rearrange the agenda to move them up. It's up to the commission. If you want to make a motion, that'll be fine.
Mayor, I move that we can move resolution 2023-27 FP&L.
It's been moved by Vice Mayor Mervin and properly second by Commissioner Gonzalez that we move up FP&L resolution to the top of the agenda to allow them to present their presentation. Call for questions. Hearing none, are you ready for a vote? Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Vice Member.
Yes.
Commissioner Gonzalez.
Yes.
Commissioner Bolden.
Yes.
Commissioner Perez.
Yes.
Mayor Bab.
Yes. Thank you, Madam Clerk. Thank you, Commissioner. The motion passed by unanimous vote. Before moving on with the old business, at this time, we're going to take Resolution 2023-27. City Attorney.
A resolution of the City Commission of the City of Pahokee, Florida, authorizing and directing the city manager to execute an LED lighting agreement with the Florida Power and Light Company, providing for an effective date.
Thank you, City Attorney. City Manager, could you give us a brief explanation of this resolution?
Yes. On the whereas, Resolution 2022-27, we had voted to accept the $82,682.88. They came with an additional lighting about 30 days ago, asking if we could accept revising the agreement. It's no additional cost to the city, but it's an additional $2,000 worth of lighting for us that's being paid by FPL. And the new amount in Exhibit A is $84,971. $971.82. So there's a, sorry about that error. And if you look on item, on your page 66, you see with those numbers for the fixtures. And if you need any explanation, you guys can explain which lighting is the additional for consideration, because Perez wants her lights concrete.
Thank you.
I don't know if I
City Commission, having heard Resolution 2023-27, properly read into the minutes by our city attorney, properly explained by city manager. What is your pleasure?
I move to accept Resolution 2023-27.
A second.
It has been moved by Commissioner Bolden and properly second by Vice Mayor Mervin for the adoption of Resolution 2023-27. Call for questions.
Yeah. Okay, I see that, I mean, it's $2,000 more. We added one light and we took out 6. Is that because the cost increased? And also, what kind of lights are they? Because we wanted, like, around the town, we wanted, like, the green ones that, you know, you put everywhere else.
Hi, everyone.
Hi.
Hello.
Thank you for moving us up to the agenda. So I was invited very last minute, so I apologize. I was looking for some more information. I don't know about the change for the $2,000.
So it's my understanding, and the city manager correct me, but the change for the $2,000 was due to some slight engineering. The agreement was first executed mid to late last year, and there were some revisions with the FDOT process, the Florida Department of Transportation, that required some slight changes to the agreement. As the city manager said, that is not something that's going to be incurred by the city of Pahokee, but it's going to be absorbed, but we required a re-execution of the agreement itself.
Commissioner Perez, you mentioned, and I'm just kind of quoting you say that you saw that there were 6 lights taken out and 1 put in?
What was that at?
One was added. I mean, I went through the list of the original quote, and I went through them, and I saw that like this one, a roadway, which is 127 watts, 17,000 lumens, 400 the color temperature 4,000 K, I guess that's watts, I don't know. That one, we added one, we had 28 and we added one. And then we had a ATB2, 264 for 33,910 lumens. And 4,000, that was one of them. I don't see them in the new quote. And then you had a number 42 watts, 5,000 lumens, 4,000 color temperature, 5 of them, and they're not there anymore. So it's not in the new one, it was in the old one, but this is $2,000 more. But okay, the money, you said DOT changes whatever, but why were these like removed? Why are we getting less lights?
I'm not sure if you have that information. That's something we can definitely pull back and get with you. My guess is if there was a change in the engineering, that FDOT may have required certain spacing or certain illuminations at different intervals. And if they looked at the different roadways and paths, they may have changed the design structure, which hopefully, and I can go back and confirm this, but doesn't necessarily mean a diminution in the amount of light, but they may not have required as many poles, for example, in certain areas. And a lot of municipalities and local governments actually prefer that there's less poles. You know, they want the brightness of the lights, and they want the light to illuminate certain areas, but they want to kind of keep the pole, you know, to a minimum, just because aesthetically they prefer to have a little less, you know, poles along the roadways. So, but that's something we're happy to kind of follow up on.
Yeah.
I know that some of them you're required to have, because of the height, you're required to have the concrete. I don't know if the green ones go all the way to 45, 35 feet, like they have stated here, but I mean, we would like to have them nice ones that they have, you know, in Wellington and, you know, Royal Palm.
But I think Gladys can maybe talk about that, but I think some of that depending on pricing for the.
Yes, those would be the decorative poles. They're not as tall as the concrete poles, but that would be a different project that we'd have to look into, the solely not, unless you want to change some poles and fixtures here. Decorative poles are.
I thought, didn't you talk to the guy about that the day that I was in your office?
Well, when they called, I said we wanted to consider concrete, because concrete's more durable and it's gonna be higher. Green, black,
We talked about, like,
that's
the main
decorative.
areas.
Okay.
We did speak to a FP&L representative, I just can't remember the person's name right off the bat. But you guys are
He sent you
taking,
the pictures. Remember, he sent you the different. and the
well, he
prices.
wasn't an FP&L representative, he was FDOT to say here is some options, but we had to talk with FP&L. And I didn't have a point person up until now. So,
Okay.
well, I'm just telling you. Then FP&L saying that they will install 21 standard wood poles at various heights, and then you get 6 45 feet high standard concrete poles, and I guess all the lighting shall be LED lights, which means we're going to get the super bright lights so you can see. So the cost to us is what monthly? Like $10,000 a month that because we're responsible for the power, correct? You guys are paying the freight for the installation and the materials of establishing this, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. Any additional questions
Customer
on this
agrees
resolution?
to pay a monthly fee for fixtures and poles in accordance to the lighting tariffs. An additional lighting charge in the amount of $187.72, subject to review and approval. That's the contract. So are we gonna look into poles, we're just gonna keep what we have?
The poles, those type of poles are not on, those are poles that are in downtowns of cities. So we're getting better poles, better materials, better lighting than typically in a downtown, because that's on a darker highway strip, so you want better lighting. And if somebody happens to have a accident, that pole ain't gonna come down like that decorative pole gonna come down. Just saying. They're paying the freight.
In addition to questions.
I was just shooting for the stars. Time we start doing that.
Hearing none, you ready for a vote? Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Commissioner Bowden?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Mervin?
Yes.
Commissioner Gonzalez?
Yes.
Commissioner Perez?
Yes.
Mayor Bab?
Yes. Thank you, Madam Clerk. Thank you, Commissioners. Motion passed by unanimous vote. Thank you all.
Thank you. And we really appreciate you moving up on the agenda. We
Okay.
hope you have a wonderful rest of your meeting.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Yeah, I think I left him in the car, but I'm gonna grab some. I'll come right back and get him to the.
Thank you.
Okay, now quickly, we're gonna go back to item 3 on the old business. Did we take care of? Yeah, the sit-on project, we took care of that. We're gonna move to number 3.
Yep.
Discussion and erection of a joint chamber. We talked about that, and we just need to make some conclusion on it. I think the majority is leaning towards local, establishing something local, if not moving at least to Belle Glade, so we're in the Glades region. And I'm thinking that's the consensus. I can't be sure, but that seemed to be the consensus.
What I will ask is this, though. Let's not make, when we have discussions like this, I think it's important for us to really do our research and not just go by how we feel. I understand that's important too, but I think rather than just feeling, I think it's important to really do your research and look into what these different entities can bring to your city. Of course, all things equal, I would definitely go local, all things equal. But in the event that that's not the case, you pick the better of the two, the one that would give you, the most benefit. That's
And
all I
a
ask
small
of you.
thing on that, Mayor, I know you, with the Palm Beach County, and I think they would have better, more resources that they might can bring to the city. You know, I believe they have a better, a wide variety, not, that they can bring and help, because it's almost, it's just like a partnership. I believe they would promote, I think they would still promote Pahokee, and the business still could be a part of, not that it can be a part of the chamber, the Palm Beach County Central Chamber. That's just a name, but it's central, I think they,
I would just encourage us to do our research.
but,
See what somebody can offer you. And like I said, all things equal, I'll go local every time. But if someone can bring more to your city, I think that's worth looking into. That's all I'm saying. Compared to the ones that are local.
Did we get your input on this, on the local? I know Gonzalez, he's favoring
I
local.
told you,
I'm definitely-
I'd rather do
Okay.
local. If you want to explore all
The
the
census-
venues,
It's local,
know.
so we're gonna try to at least establish our own or do a local chamber. Okay, next is a discussion and erection to sell 647 Bacon Point Road property.
I just wanted direction, since we tore down the demo of the house there. Did we want to keep it as part of the park? I just wanted to, or or sell it?
Yeah, I
didn't know
would
if
think
we-
absolutely we
Yeah,
want to
keep it part of the park.
You know,
I
enlarge
was
the park.
asking for direction.
Yeah, we
So
even
I
talked
just-
about a pool being over there at some point, so that should remain with us.
Yep, unanimous.
Okay, so resolution for,
Doesn't happen often, so take advantage of it.
Okay, number 5, discussion and direction to sell 246 East Main Street.
well, you know, after I saw from Aaron Taylor in an email that they were interested in 1 North development, I never have had any discussion with them of selling 246. It was my understanding we were gonna move, once we move forward with the hotel piece or the piece we own of 2.2 acres of 170 North Lake and then 115 East Main, that Public Works would go down to there. So I just want, I just wanted confirmation so that I have a resolution to keep it as a city property and for Public Works.
So,
Where would you move Public Works?
To 246.
Wait, you're asking if we're okay with selling 246, but you say when you do the hotel, you're gonna put Public Works at 246.
Well, that's what I've always heard, but I haven't seen anything in concrete, so now I'm asking for permanent direction so we can get this ball moving.
okay, so, you said, that, you said, what was his name, Alan or Aaron?
Aaron Taylor.
So Aaron Taylor,
He's the representative for ARC Development who represents 1 North.
and
That's a development that's gonna, there's 40 unit. Yeah.
what was
Yes,
that?
sir.
40 units of what?
Multi-family, so right there where PNC Bank is, that's where we're trying to get them to zap by next month so we can get it approved and then come over here to you guys for the commission vote.
Okay, what I'm asking is, did he did he propose anything?
No.
So,
It's gonna be for bid.
it's gonna be for bid. You're asking if we should sell it, or if are they interested in that property?
What are you taking to Zap?
Huh?
I said, what are you taking to Zap? Is it a site plan, or is there something that, what are you
Okay.
taking to Zap?
It would be
What's going to be up for bid?
site plan.
No, 246 is our property.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
They're gonna try to put it for bid.
They who?
I'm saying, that's what you're asking, right?
Oh, he want to know whether we want to sell it or keep the same,
Keep our property and use it
Yeah.
as our own assets.
and it's always been the thought of that we would use that property for public works once we get closer to doing something for the hotel.
But, okay, so question. That building's pretty ran down, so it'll probably cost us a few $100,000 to get it looking right, in operation, correct?
Could we spend more than that getting it to look?
So what I'm asking is, what's the economic impact in making it a public works building versus somebody acquiring it and doing something with it and actually buying it?
Well, one is depending on what they're gonna use it for, what type of economic stimulation it would help the community, whether it's gonna be some type of residential or commercial building. I would be interested in what would they plan on doing and how would it create jobs for the community.
I'm glad you
You know,
said that.
and the cost of the city, what they would be offering for it.
I'm glad you
Yeah.
said that, because I saw the email. He for acquisition, $250,000. Total investment in getting that place up and running as a distillery, $2.5 million. So that does create a few jobs. It does look good in our city. That's the distillery, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So that versus Public Works building, no economic impact, just a building, versus somebody spending $250,000 to acquire it and investing a total of $2.5 million.
So right there, they dictating to us and never negotiated anything, never said they had a thought, and they come to the commission without going through the
They
process.
can ask for whatever they want to ask for. It doesn't mean that they're going to get it, but the
That's what
opportunity
that's what they
for somebody
suggested.
But the opportunity for someone to actually spend a few $100,000 to acquire it and then put a total of $2.5 million. Yeah, it still has to. I don't have a problem with that. What I'm saying is that versus a Public Works building. That's economic impact versus no economic impact, is what I'm saying.
It's in y'all's hands. I just want to.
As far as Public Works, right on Main Street, which is supposed to be downtown area of Pahokee, and hopefully it could be that pretty soon. I think we could find a better place for Public Works, other than the middle of, Main Street.
So let me ask, so we're in conversation, what's the guy name?
I don't know. Aaron?
Aaron, so he's came in showing interest into this property, 246.
Well, he's made interest to
Or
all
whoever
you
this
guys.
one north is.
Not all our guys.
He sent an email to all y'all, and he copied me.
Oh, I don't
So
remember
I'm
reading
just-
it, but maybe I overlooked it.
I'm just saying.
It came to us?
But it's okay, but anyway, I'm just asking. So if he's inquiring about buying the property and want to turn it into something, and you're gonna put $2.something million into the thing, create jobs, create a revenue for the city. And so city attorney, and so that way, if a specific person is acquiring about this property, say if they came in inquiring about the sale of this property, does it still go out for a bid, or does it go out just for RFP, or for that company, or what? How does that work?
It should go out for a bid.
Okay, so still go out for a bid, so, but they're requiring to put what, you say a distillery, but, and it could create jobs, it's $2.5 million, whatever the cost of, whatever it is. Compared to like just another in the city with Public Works at, I go for the other.
And Mr. Mayor, just through the mayor, I want to also say that whatever properties, Rodney, Mr. Lucas, you're getting guidance on tonight, we have to bring those back by law and declare them surplus.
Mhm.
So before you take them out for bid, we have to have some kind of a process to declare them surplus.
Could we do this particular property as an RFP, a request for proposal versus an outright bid? The reason I'm
I think that's
asking
what I'm
is
trying to
we
say.
have more
Yeah.
discretion in refusing that
Who get it?
offer versus someone coming in and saying, I'm gonna offer you $150,000.
Yeah.
You absolutely could. You could
I
have
think
as
that's
a
what
part.
I was trying to say, too.
You could have as a part of it, for them to create a creative proposal that you all would consider that has XYZ in it. You can determine what you wanted to, what you want to see on that project, and then you can evaluate it based on certain criteria, getting close to whatever it is that, you would like to see. Generally, it's not going to be hard site plans. It will be, conceptual plans that they would present. You might have contractors come to a particular meeting and present on, on your screens what their projects are, and then look at it that way.
Yeah.
Right.
And I think we should have some similar language as we was talking about the property, that if you don't do something with it in a certain amount of time, it comes right back to the city. I could live with that.
I have a question.
Mayor, you were saying RFP?
Request for proposal, yeah.
Okay.
Request for proposal, yeah. RFP.
Or request for qualification.
Qualification Q, okay. All right, for
I have a
246.
question
Okay.
on the property in the corner Wasn't that gonna have a distillery, or this is the one that that's interested in 246? I thought the building in the corner at Zero Lake Avenue, it was gonna be,
I don't know what y'all decided when the three of y'all were together. I don't know.
what three of y'all? I haven't decided nothing. This is new to me. I've never seen this before. Did you just get this?
I just met the guy last week.
I haven't met the guy. I don't know who he is. I just found out where Zero Lake Avenue was. So I know nothing about that. Haven't voted on it, haven't been talked about it. I just heard about it just now. I heard that on Zero Lake Avenue, it was gonna be a distillery, and then it was combined, residential and commercial. Commercial front, residential. That's what I thought.
Yeah, I think
I
that's
don't know if you're talking about the same business.
Sarah, yeah, I think that what she's saying is
so
right
I
there
don't
across from
understand,
PNC Bank.
You're not
should
gonna
be-
have a distillery.
So in the middle of, across from PNC Bank is where they're going with the 40 units of housing, multifamily. They're gonna go
So
3
that's just gonna be
stories.
housing.
Yes, ma'am, that's
So
housing.
they wanna do the distillery in a
In
separate.
addition to, and they saying that, when I resend this, when we conclude this meeting, I'll resend this to, the commission that he sent to us. And he said that he spoke of their total investment of $12.5 million for both projects.
Now, that would have to be rezoned to at least residential, commercial, or some type of way. It's right now, it's a commercial, right?
It's core.
It's core.
Cool. So it can use it in both. All right.
So RFQ for the property.
Oh, we got a long meeting to go. Come on.
Okay, next item would be number 6. Discussion and direction of to end a public-private partnership through lease of 170 North Lake Avenue and 115 East Main Street of 2.5 acres of city property for an hotel and convention center venture. City manager.
So we've been pitched by, the staff has been pitched by 2 entities regarding, one, hotels and condominiums, the other, hotel and convention center with parking spaces. So I wanted to know, is this the intention of the commission to do a public-private partnership with,
Does it have to be bidded?
with
All of this should be bidded.
Yeah,
Okay.
Y'all have a nice night.
you too.
Who are the investors? You gave us the other
Can I-
person's name. You gave us the
oh
other
no,
person's
because the
name.
person sent it to y'all.
I didn't get nothing.
Me neither,
I had to call out my email, like, I'll prove to you, you didn't send me nothing.
and neither did Mervin, so I don't know who got it.
Okay, but we just discussed it tonight anyway, so just,
Whatever.
so
they
what
have
is the
to bid.
discussion direction into the public-private partnership through lease? 170 North, that's where the old, what is 170?
That's both sides of the hill, correct?
Okay,
Yes.
so that's what they've been talking about all
Yes.
along, about putting a hotel.
Yes.
Okay, and you just want direction,
Yes.
public-private partnership.
So do
And
we do
want the
another
hotel and convention center, so.
If we do another
How
RFQ for
would
it?
that work?
Yeah,
Well, for a public, excuse me, through the mayor, for a PPP, there is a process statutorily that they can present something to you all for your consideration if you go in that direction. I mean, right now, I guess you're just talking about it conceptually. But if you're just looking to try to figure out whether anybody in the universe could utilize that property to meet your intent, then you may consider bidding it out, may get a better deal from somebody else. But they can present, under the law, there is a way for them to present a PPP project that the commission could consider, and there's steps that you would, go through for it to be brought back for you all to review it. So I'm not clear on whether something has actually been presented. I don't think so, right? You're just kind of throwing it out there if they were to present. Is that your?
No, staff has
You have something in hand?
We have two discussions,
Okay.
points of pre-development for one, wanted to do.
Right, I don't want to go on longer, but, so you don't have anything written, right? They haven't presented anything to you and said, this is a PPP project under Florida statutes, blah. You don't have that yet, correct?
They showed one was a slide presentation.
Okay.
The other is some renderings were shown.
Okay, so let me stop you there.
So
So
you don't.
so I'm taking that as no, right?
Yeah, it's a
So, but if that is the case, I guess, Mr. Lucas is just asking for direction of what you all would like to see. You don't have a valid, PPP proposal submitted yet, but I guess he's just soliciting, some guidance, so.
I just want to know, like, what group is it so we can do our own research before somebody just comes in and takes advantage of us.
I
think we
said,
should
I said bid it out, and bid it out
Yeah.
plenty time and bid it out, not just Palm Beach County. You might not have people here that want to build a hotel, but they might be in another state.
Correct.
Not just bid it out in the Okeechobee paper for 1 week, because you're not going to get any bidders, I could tell you that now. But if you're serious about what we wanted, the intent of that property, it's, bid it out so that the right people could look at it. People with the money, people that, if we don't find it, then you want to go the other way, have them do the presentation, and I think we should all be included,
Okay,
not
so-
just privately.
So on what the mayor is asking and what Perez is asking, through public-private partnership, what would be the process so that they can come do a dog and pony show in front of the commission?
I don't think that's what they're asking. I think that's a different process. What Commissioner Perez is saying right now is just put it out to the universe, basically. She's not saying go through a PPP process.
She doesn't put it out for
Yeah.
bid.
Yeah.
She said.
And see what, because like Ms. Week said, might be a better, we
Yeah.
might get a better contender.
Because from listening to what you're saying, they did not really put nothing in concrete, is what she said. They didn't put nothing in concrete, like they are guaranteed this and they're guaranteed to do that.
Yeah.
So, yeah, that's what I'm saying, so.
So they have the same opportunity.
Right,
as
so you
anybody
put out for the
else to
bid, and you
bid on
see,
it.
they bid on it. If they real serious, they'll do what they have to do.
Yeah, I have nothing in writing from neither one, just images on the screen and roundabout numbers.
So that could be smoke.
But this is money.
Yeah.
Okay.
This money coming in.
All right, so out to bid?
It's not out yet.
Okay,
Yeah.
last one is number 7, update.
I'm sorry, man. How long is it gonna be put out to bid? Are we gonna discuss that later?
I
Well,
mean,
that
you're
be-
talking about a hotel, I think it should
60, 90
be.
days?
Yeah.
Longer?
But that'll come later. That'll come later.
So is that like a resolution?
No problem.
What a resolution?
To go out to bid or just put a ITB?
Okay, the last item on the old business would be the updated status of the city take-home vehicle policy. City manager.
Yes, sir. Just to update everyone, Carlos and myself have received 2 formats, one from Palm Beach County on both a incident program and an accident program. And then we also had one from another city. So we just need to finish putting that together to bring it forward for you guys' consideration.
So it's just gonna be as far as incident and accident, or it's also gonna include like,
So the two things, so ours is based on the accident, right? But when I spoke with Palm Beach County, they said, okay, say a person's in the vehicle and they turn too quick on something and damage the vehicle. That's an incident. That's not an accident. So we are trying to cover all perspectives. I like that idea of having, you know, to build ours out to that, because things can happen.
So in the policy, do we have like company vehicle is only for company duties, and then when you get home, you gotta park it if you're allowed to take it home? You cannot do personal.
We have to define all that for you.
Yeah, 'cause my
It would
question.
be nice to have it defined in the,
Yeah, I mean,
Even,
that's a lot of mileage on the vehicle, and plus the longer our city vehicles are on the roads, a bigger liability for us. As you can see, 2 accidents back to back. And
well,
our
3
insurance is gonna go
accidents,
up.
5 accidents with the 2 Chandler had.
it definitely need structure, it needs some policy in there, some meats and potatoes, and even this commission need to receive copies, whatever need to be whited out or marked out of the police reports. We need to see those type of things. Part of the policy need to be the records of the individuals who drive in county city vehicle need to be periodically checked, whether it's annually or every so often. So we'll have a record of that. In most take-home policy, it should show benefit that the city is generating from a person using take-home vehicle. Take-home vehicle is normally a person who's on call, who's required to report. Outside of that, a city employee should be able to have or utilize a vehicle when they at work. I'm talking about one that actually physically taken home, and what would be the instruction of how that should be handled. Can family members ride in it outside folks other than themselves? You got to have some guidelines, and we should be able to modify that, change it, or make some recommendation to that particular policy. But
Don't you have to send like to the insurance company, the people that are driving the vehicle, copies of their driver's license, so they could run the record?
No,
You don't?
No, you don't.
it's a company vehicle.
So full responsibility.
So anybody
But there's
company
where
allows?
the stuff we're looking at, we're trying to tailor all those things to cover all that. Like, we don't have a required defensive class to take to look at a person's driver's record upon hiring, and then pull it every year or twice a year, twice or every 2 years. We're trying to dial.
The insurance company does that for you.
I have a question.
They do. They do. But if you're a drug-free workplace, you're required to submit, their driver's license and things. And when they have an accident or an incident, they're required to go and get tested and make sure that we're not on drugs or drinking. I mean, that's what most companies have. I don't know about municipalities.
Question, Manager. Can you check with the insurance company? Because if I'm correct, some insurance companies give you discounts if you put a GPS on city vehicles.
Okay.
Can you check on that? 'Cause
Sure.
If, all these accidents already went up.
You getting this, Mr. Manguel?
They're not gonna put no GPS on the vehicles.
if you don't do the GPS, at a minimum, you can do it's a sticker on those vehicles saying that, probably
81800 number call.
As an option, yeah. Right.
Okay. So, the insurance, you're asking about giving driver's licenses. It's not required. The insurance company, and when I first took over, I called the insurance company and asked them about that, and they said, no need, as long as he's a company employee or city employee, they are authorized to drive our vehicles. That's that.
Do you as a city do any kind of, do you check their driving record? Do you check their
Can I
license?
get there, or?
Oh, okay.
Okay.
Sorry.
So, what you're talking about regarding running MVRs and all that stuff, that is a DOT requirement, which companies that have CDL drivers are required to run their employees or their drivers MVR once a year. Some companies will do it twice a year because that's just what they want to do. They want to do better than DOT. Okay, so that's for federal operated FDOT vehicles, which is a commercial vehicle. These are not commercial vehicles. We are, any employee that is employed by the city is authorized to drive it. Now, can we? Yes, we can run MVRs if that's what you would want. Most will not tell you much unless it's a suspension or something like that, whether they got a ticket or something like that. So, if that's wants to be added into the policy, yes, we can. While we put it together, we can add that to the policy. We can run them once a year if you'd like. Not sure we're gonna get anything out of it.
Well, I mean, since you're new, let me tell you, we had a person that was driving the after-school program bus, and she didn't even have a license, or her license was suspended. I don't know what happened, but that all came down when there was an incident.
Okay, I mean, if that's what you want to do,
So
I mean, we can add that to a
as a
policy.
municipality, I think it's good practice.
It's a policy, just create a policy.
You can create a policy and add it to the policy, and that's
Especially
fine.
if they're intercompany vehicles.
But remember, I mean, you're talking about situations where it's public companies that do certain things. Yes, I agree with you. Certain companies do certain things, and because they're required to do it. If they weren't required to do it, they wouldn't do it. I'm telling you right now. I mean, I did 34 years in in garbage where the vehicles are DOT vehicles that are required. We have to go through a bunch of stuff, okay? When it comes to a city, not even the insurance wants the driver's license. So, not even the insurance company requires it, so.
Individual insurance, I mean, my car, if anybody lives in my house that's gonna drive the car, I gotta give them their driver's license
Yes.
and they're on the record. And
Absolutely.
that's my own private. So I can't understand why
However-
municipalities don't.
No, you don't have to give the license, by the way. If that person has an accident because he lives in your property, you can lose coverage
You gotta
because
do
of
your
it.
insurance.
Doesn't mean you have to give them the license.
Yeah,
You gotta do your
Yet in your private insurance, I can go to you can lend me your car and I can drive it and and I'm covered through your insurance.
Yeah, if I have an insured motorist.
Okay, so we're working on the policy.
So we're working on the policy.
All right, next item is the public hearings and our ordinance. First ordinance is ordinance 2023-05, City Attorney.
Did you say it's 2020? Okay, here it is. An ordinance of the City Commission of the City of Pahokee, Florida, amending Article 5, Division 4, entitled Boards and Commissions, to establish new Section 2-167 entitled Special Events Advisory Board, providing for meetings, duties, term and vacancies, providing for severability, repealer, codification, and an effective date.
Thank you, City Attorney. We've already had this explained by the city manager. Now we're going to open this up to a public hearing for anyone in the audience who wish to speak on this ordinance 2023-05. This is the second reading. Hearing none, we'll close the public hearing on ordinance 2023-05. City Commission. Haven't had our city attorney properly read this into the city minutes. Properly had a city ordinance hearing on this. What is your pleasure?
Mayor Barber, I move to accept ordinance number 2023-05.
I'll second.
It has been moved by Commissioner Bolden and properly seconded by Vice Mayor Mervin for the adoption of ordinance 2023-05. Call for questions. Hearing.
Okay, so to get it clear, with each one of us is choosing one person. And it's gonna be for 2-year term.
Basically what we did.
Yeah. Says 5 members who should each
Right,
serve
but
a
then-
2-year term, with each city commissioner selecting 1 member to be considered and approved by a majority of the city commission. Except for the initial 2-year terms whereby the advisory board shall consist of all members who served on the city's Centennial Committee.
We made a
If-
motion that the ones that was already on the Centennial Committee, we had made the motion that they be the advisory board, and it's for whatever terms you just read.
So we're passing this, but for 2 years, we're not doing nothing. After 2 years,
Whatever
we-
term, then
we
you
each
choose
got
a
point
board.
one.
Yeah,
Considering we're
whatever
here.
the terms are here.
And then it says approved by a majority of the city commission. So let's say that I bring my one person and none of you guys want my person, so what happens then?
Well, you voted for this already, it's just the second. Look at, you already voted one time already. So,
Well, I still got, these terms were not on there.
Yeah, all
Yes,
of
it was.
it was on there.
It's the same.
This is the second reading, so
It's
we
the
don't-
same thing.
Yeah, it's same. We haven't changed anything on
No, I
there.
think she's referring to the very first one, not from the last one, the one from last year.
Just the second reading, it's the same exact
No, I
thing.
understand that, but
This is
I
the
think
only
she's referring to the
ordinance.
one from last year.
No, this is the only ordinance you've had on this issue. This is it. This is the only one.
So which one was it that we're supposed to choose individuals to be in the committee?
Well, once you pass this, then that's when.
The one that they started, they had 3 meetings before we all had our representative to serve
Right,
on the
that's what I'm
board,
talking about.
So
which
that
was the Centennial.
That,
Yeah,
the
last year.
Centennial was created up under resolution because it had a sunset date. But now they're using the members that you've already selected until your terms end as being on the, Special Event Committee. So you already selected members when it was the Centennial, and they're gonna continue to use them until their term is up. And then once their term is up, then the next commissioner select new members. So that's what it was. Last year, it was the resolution. It was a resolution created.
So this event that we just had this past Saturday, that was a Centennial Committee that was, that prepared it.
No, that was just Annie Ifield and the city who did that.
Yeah, all
That's a
events.
special event.
Yeah, all events are not gonna be participated with the special event, but they have the capability of doing it. Our staff, whoever the community development director or whoever the staff would ask or need assistance in these special events, this would be the committee would help them perform those tasks and volunteerism. Any additional questions? Ready for a vote? Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Commissioner Bolden?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Mervin?
Yes.
Commissioner Gonzalez?
Yes.
Commissioner Perez?
Yep.
Mayor Bab?
Yes, motion passed by unanimous vote. Next, we'll have a resolution, Resolution 2023-22. City Attorney.
A resolution of the City Commission of the City of Pahokee, Florida, authorizing the city manager to execute grant agreements between qualified applicants and the City of Pahokee for the city's minor home repair program, providing for an effective date.
Thank you, City Attorney. City Manager, could you give us a brief explanation of this resolution?
Yes, sir. This is on page 14. This is the minor home repair program. We're looking to revise allocation to $375,000 from $200,000 to cover up to $5,000 per qualified household members, or a total of 75 households. This second batch, we're seeking approval to award 14 qualifying residents for a total of $41,236.80. The 14 qualifying residents, that's at 60%, and the amount of $41,236.80. Staff is recommending approval of the second batch for home repair.
Thank you, City Manager. City Commission.
So on page 18 is the home repair exhibit that shows you the distribution of the next 14. Remember, we did, the first batch was 27.
Okay, and I know in the first batch, we didn't use not everybody used the 5,000. This one I see everybody's got the 5,000 except for one.
Well, you got 1, 2, 3.
Let's get a motion in a second, and then we'll go into question real quick, and hopefully we can get it done. I'd entertain a
Mayor, I move
motion.
that we would accept resolution 2023-22.
Second.
It has been moved by Vice Mayor Mervin and properly second by Commissioner Gonzalez for the adoption of Resolution 2023-22. Call for questions. Commissioner Perez. In addition to question,
Yeah, I see a name at the bottom that you greened out. Is that supposed to be included, or you deleted that name?
It's included.
It's included, it's 14. I don't know why staff highlighted the
Put
green.
the highlight in the wrong place?
That was part of the staff's internal. It's just a highlight.
You just highlight the wrong line. I just wanted to know.
No, we didn't erase it. It's just left there.
Okay.
Yeah.
I just didn't know if that was included or not.
Okay. Question, I don't have my glasses. Ms. Hazel Jordan is on there?
No, she'll be in either
That's a
the
different
third or
batch.
fourth batch.
Okay. And the reason I mentioned that's
So we're doing more batches?
Huh?
We're doing more batches?
Yes. We're gonna have to move forward. So the next item's gonna be the consolidation, and then we're gonna have to,
So all this, the ones we did, and these total the first year that you had in the budget, the first amount you had in the budget.
no, it's not quite there yet.
200
It's
or
not,
whatever.
it's not quite 200,000, because the first batch was like 129,000 plus 41. That's still not quite there, but if we agree to approve the consolidation, then we, instead of having 2 years, it's just 1 year.
But you're moving the money. How much did we allow for the houses? Was it 250?
No, the first year was 200,000. And then the second year was like 242,000 under the old system, what we want to consolidate. And in the consolidation, it's gonna be 375,000 instead
That's
of
about
the
what she has,
442,000.
Okay, wait. So when you consolidate it, you're gonna go from 400. You have that in anywhere?
So, you got a long sheet, all of you do. So, when you go look at basically the home,
I don't have that sheet. Is it
You
in
didn't-
that,
you didn't-
is it in the?
it's to the side, everybody
Oh,
got
there
one.
it is. Okay, let's see.
So you see the proposed year, so you see the 200,000 there, so you go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, the 6th item down, you see 2 amounts, right? So what we want to do when we go to the next one, the next ARPA item, it'll be the consolidation, but that's the change right there. That's the column we're going to be working from for the rest of this funding. We're not on that one yet, so.
So from 442, you're gonna reduce it to 375. And what are you gonna do with the remaining money?
You know what, we ain't talking about that yet, so wait till you get there.
Any additional question on this resolution?
I don't have a question, but I'm just glad that the residents now are getting, are getting taken care of with at least something.
Yeah.
And hopefully that we can accommodate all of the 72, that I know is a total of 72.
Right.
We did for them, so I am glad that the residents are, getting something now done.
And I wasn't singing out no individual, and I mentioned Miss Hazel Jordan. She's an elderly lady who's confined now to a wheelchair and need a ramp to be able to get up and down her property. And I know she spoke with us at some point about that. So I'm like you. I'm glad to see that this money is being distributed to some of these homeowners that can help fix up and maintain their property, although it's not a lot, but it does help a lot. Any additional questions? Hearing none.
I'm not
Okay.
supposed to ask what you're gonna do with the rest of the money? I can ask that now?
Well, it's going to be distributed the way it's going to be on the list. So for example, when you go down, you see 542,500 will be for marina and campground for docks D, E, and F. You got infrastructure, 342,500. You got for our shortfall, 226,435. You have for the minor home repair or the homeowner repair program, 375,000. It reads down there. I kept the first-time home buyers down payment assistance there, but reduced it from the from the 325,000 down to 75,000. So you see it as it goes, as it's going down here. But that's the next item up.
Okay.
You're just a little ahead, that's all, on the agenda, that's all.
Okay. Any additional questions? Hearing none, are you ready for a vote? Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Vice Mayor Murphy?
Yes.
Commissioner Gonzalez?
Yes.
Commissioner Bolden?
Yes.
Commissioner Perez?
This is for the minor homes, right?
Yes,
Yeah.
ma'am.
Mayor Bab?
For
Yes.
second batch.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Thank you, Commission. Resolution passed by a unanimous vote. Next resolution is Resolution 2023-23. City Attorney.
A resolution of the City Commission of the City of Pahokee, Florida, amending Resolution 2023-03 to revise the budget from 2 years to 1 year for the expenditure of ARPA funding consistent with the budget attached hereto as Exhibit A, providing for recitals, authorizing all necessary actions for the implementation, and providing for an effective date.
Thank you, City Attorney. City Manager, could you give us a brief explanation of Resolution 2023-23?
Yes, sir. This is a consolidation from years 1 and 2 to 1 year. See Exhibit A, which is page, well, the handout that you guys are provided. Also, for the COVID shortfall revenue, there is a breakdown of that spending by departments that you see on page 29. This is the $226,435 on what each department's going to be using the monies for. And the far right-hand corner of the 8.5 by 14 sheet just tells you the redistribution of the numbers.
So explain the shortfall again.
So shortfall is because COVID, we had less revenue coming into the city. So COVID program allow us as a city to recoup our shortfall.
So you're using $200,000 to cover that.
So I wanted to use, if with the blessing of the commission, the $226,435, which I've broken down on 2 pages. I thought we could get it on 1 page. I know we all have eye issues, so I want to make it bigger, so it ended up going on 2 pages. But
What pages you talking
so
about?
page
29.
So 29 and 30 is the breakdown of the COVID shortfall. So, for example, Parks and Rec, they need helmets. We need 150 helmets for the young men and women playing sports football. That comes to $16,269.95. We have shoulder pads for 150 of them, $8,747.75. Portable goals, we need 2 portable goals for basketball. That's $5,000. MLK, we need to spend $20,000. There's the $20,000 there. AC in the gym, we got 3. $12,214.30.
Could I just, the gym AC, where is that? 'Cause I thought we got a new unit, AC unit.
So we got 3. One of them's acting up, one of them's out of Freon and needs some adjustments. And then we got some issue with flashing that water comes down the wall sometimes. So I
It's
gotta,
not under warranty. I thought it was a new unit though, that's what I'm asking.
I don't know how old your gym is, so how.
I think the
when-
flashing came in because there used to be windows and they covered the
Yeah,
windows.
so it's just leaking
So I think
down.
water is coming
But
in somehow.
Warranty, sir, I have to double check. Do you know the warranty offhand, Carlos? So,
Most air conditioners are at least 5 years.
but how, okay, I wasn't here when you
Well,
guys
you don't have
renovated
those more
the
than 5
any
years.
It's been
road,
since
so I
I,
don't,
since
so it
I've
hasn't
been a
been over 5
commissioner,
years?
and it hasn't been 3 years.
No, it hasn't been 5 years.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Probably 2019, 2000.
1, 2, 3, 4. It's
Carlos,
always
so
it's close to
it's-
5.
So have you ever found the warranty, or does Adam know where's Adam?
Because you remember they put the
Some-
AC
but
up, it was
some
over a
warranty, she
couple of
say
years
she
before they
think-
renovate the
But some
gym.
warranty for AC up to 10 years on average.
Yeah, the AC unit was, put in, I know it's 5 years plus because I
Yeah.
left in 2018. The
Yeah, it was
AC
done
unit
before the
put
gym
in
was
way before
renovated.
The gym was remodeled.
Yeah, so, because I want to
No.
say.
I thought that one of the last things
Yeah, but
that
the
was done.
original one wasn't good, was no good because Chandler turned it on
Adams,
while
do
they
you
were doing
remember
the construction.
when
So
when
then
the
county
ACs were
came
put in?
back and replace those
But it was
units.
still 4 or 5 years.
Okay, we can look,
Right,
we can look
research
into
for
it.
you.
I didn't like.
For you, Mayor and guys, so I know I just know about the issues with it, so.
Okay, I have a question, because, the recreation department, I know that they got the grant that Mr. Pickney got, and then they got, one from the coalition, they got 20,000, and then they got another 20,000 from somebody else. So, don't we have that money already?
But those dollars, now remember, you're mixing funds. So those funds are for a specific program or need to be used a certain way or we get in trouble. It can't just be allocated at will. So I'm trying to do gap financing here, or gap 101 to make the most impact we can from the shortfall for them 2 years of COVID.
Okay, so
I'm just saying.
how about whenever we get grants like that, if we could see what the stipulations are, like what can they use it for?
They do.
or-
They do.
No, I'm talking about the money that was,
When we get grants, it has to be specified, because I have to read it, she reads it into the record. I
Yeah,
then
it wasn't
reiterate what's it for.
That's for
It was
OST,
red,
our
yeah.
school time. I remember him specifically discussing that.
Yeah.
Could be others.
So what I can do is I
asked,
can.
and they told me that they didn't have it yet, they didn't have a list. You know, that I had to get it, they had to get it. I wanna know, that money that they got, what is it intended for? And what are they gonna do with it? I'd like to know that.
Okay, that don't have nothing to do with
I don't know
ARPA.
about anybody else here wants to
But
know that.
okay, I'll get that for you. No problem, ma'am. No problem. But
'Cause
we
see,
talking
that's
about
what I'm
ARPA
asking
right
you
now.
about it.
Commissioner, we talking about ARPA.
Yes,
we move forward.
exactly. I wanna make sure if we have the money, not to use the ARPA money, that's why I'm asking you.
Okay, those monies that you talked about ain't gonna get protective headgear for our kids. It's not gonna get shoulder pads to keep them from getting hurt. It ain't gonna, it doesn't relate.
So,
So that's the breakdown of that, and staff recommends approval of the consolidation, Mayor.
City Commission.
My,
Let's do a, the adoption by approval of a motion and a second, then we can discuss it further if need be. That was the explanation provided by, read into the minute provided by the city attorney, explanation provided by the city manager. Now we are at a motion for the expenditure and a second. Then we can do a quick discussion.
Mayor, I move that we will accept resolution 2023-23.
second.
It has been moved by Vice Mayor Mervin and second by Commissioner Gonzalez for the adoption of Resolution 2023-23. Call for questions.
yeah, so all these amounts that you have here, these are quotes that you have already received?
Yes.
So the air conditioner, we don't even know what's wrong with it, or you kind of explain it, but just those little minor things are gonna be $12,000?
Those are exact numbers. Staff provided those. I can get the backup for you. That's what you need. I mean, I was just complying with already doing the backup list. It took a long time to get these things done.
So we're having somebody come and give an estimate, a physical estimate?
Yeah, look at the numbers. They're
What's protective services?
backlog vendors.
Yeah.
Now, I was just telling him it says under protective service backlog vendors.
No.
No.
Protective services training. What is protective services and who's gonna get the training?
Oh, there's two protective
Various
services.
departments, professional development. Like, what departments and what professional development, what,
She's on page 29.
there is another
And
protective service backlog vendor. What's CED?
Continued education.
Training?
Yeah.
For who, for what department?
Sometimes we need those to maintain.
so the breakdown of the professional services is like training for the various departments. So you got clerk, well, you got clerk trainings already on there. It shows CED training. Protective was something that the Public Works had to do, and then I just can't remember the various departments. But I have backup sitting at my desk. I just didn't want
What's backlog vendors?
to. Go ahead. You remember all the backups?
I was going to answer Commissioner Perez's question in reference to protective services falls up under building, planning, and zoning code enforcement. That's what they do, the services that they provide. So the backflow preventers fall up under their department where they're checking to ensure that our backflow preventers are working and in order and we're not getting fined from Palm Beach County for.
So the backlog vendors?
Backflow preventers?
So it's my error.
Where's that at?
Oh, sorry.
It says backlog vendors.
It should be backflow.
Backflow.
So what happened
I wonder
is,
what the heck was that?
well, maybe it was fatigue, who knows? But anyway, we have a list of 13 backflows throughout the city that weren't done, that has to be done to prevent things backing up into the city in our various buildings. So that's that. I mean, I have, like I said, I have the listing of all the backups, but it should be backflow, so that's my fault.
So how many you got
It's 13.
that you have to put a backflow on it?
Preventer, yeah, and it's like, it's pricey, you know, it's nothing cheap. It's like, maybe it's like 2,500 to 3,000 a pop throughout the whole city. So you don't ask.
Okay, we got 1, 2,
I know how much
3,
it is.
4 resolutions.
We've had them
Well, you
done.
just want to clown, so can we move on?
I'm not
Okay.
clowning, I just,
In-
it's
in-
backlog vendors.
In
I didn't know
additional
what that
question,
meant.
hearing none, are you ready for a vote? Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Vice Mayor Murphy?
Oh, wait,
Yes.
I
Okay.
wasn't finished. Cause you got the splash pad, what are we doing to the splash pad? We're gonna fix it?
I'm gonna attempt to get water in this city for the kids to play in one way or the other. Am I okay?
I mean, at one point, we talked about getting a new one, 30,000.
Are you gonna keep the
is
kids
that
from the
gonna-
water? Yes or no? That's all. It comes
Say
down to
what?
just, are you keeping the water from the kids? That's all.
No, don't say that. I wanna know how the kids are gonna get the water. Are they gonna, you gonna repair the old system? Or are we gonna get a new splash water? That's all I'm asking. And the marina pool cover, are we gonna fix it or we just gonna put a cover on it?
I'm fixing the spigot so water comes out, so you can have kids happy playing in the water.
She talking about the pool.
So you're gonna repair the splash pad,
Yes.
okay? $30,000, and you already have somebody that's gonna fix it?
We have variations of bids. You know, I just like to move forward.
Okay, so how about the marina? the
So
pool cover?
just know, whatever it is, it's coming back for approval. So, you know, it's just,
I'm asking you, are we putting just a cover over the pool in the marina, or are we fixing it before you put the cover on it?
I'm getting estimates to fix the pool as well.
Yeah, 'cause it's ghetto to have a pool and not use it. Just put in a cover with an empty pool.
I've been
Especially
saving
the
us money
marina.
for the record because, you know, you had to put a little water hose in there. That's embarrassing in itself to keep water afloat. Now, I've saved us money up to this point, and then we need to go forward with fixing it. So we do look like a professionally ran city.
So where's the money to fix the pool?
Well,
And
if
do
some
you
of this
have a
money don't
quote?
get spent, we can reallocate. How about that?
Is that in the money that you got here
Okay.
for the marina?
Well, there's-
Let's see if we can get,
Okay.
we got three to four resolution to go. We got.
All right, sir.
In the last question there, Commissioner, we got to move
No,
on
I
this.
would think you want another.
Yes, it's good questions, but we do have to move on though. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Vice Mayor Mervin,
Yes.
Commissioner Gonzalez,
Yes.
Commissioner Bowden,
Yes.
Commissioner Perez,
Yes, it's gonna come back over here, right?
Mayor Bab.
Yes, motion passed by unanimous vote. Next is Resolution 2023-25, City Attorney. 24, I'm sorry, City Attorney.
A resolution of the City Commission of the City of Pahokee, Florida, authorizing the use of American Rescue Plan Act funds of 2021 to establish a COVID-19 ARPA Small Business Development Program for a total allocation amount of $200,000 for the fiscal year 2022-2023, providing for an effective date.
Thank you, City Attorney. City Manager, could you give us a brief explanation of Resolution 2023-24?
So this is the final piece to the four-headed monster, the Business Development Program of $200,000. So with this, on pages 42 through, it looked like 44, doesn't it? 44, and then 45 and 46 is the application for the program. This is like twofold. So if a small business wanted to come and apply, you got up to $5,000 per business. That can be home-based and it can be commercially based building. You also have, if someone wants to be an advisor or help develop small business, they can come forward as well in this process. So, so we're asking you to approve the allotment and then the program information there. So, so basically it's in sustainability, protect local jobs, support community recovery, increase the resiliency of our local businesses in our community. Through the program, the city will provide eligible business with a grant up to $5,000 to address the aforementioned needs. Loss of revenues caused by the pandemic. Businesses must meet all eligibility criteria, requirements to qualify for grant funding.
Thank you, City Manager. City Commission, haven't had our city manager, our city attorney properly read Resolution 2023-24 in the minutes, and having our city manager properly explain this resolution. What is your what did that note say? Privilege.
Mayor Bab, I move to accept Resolution 2023-24.
Second.
It has been moved by Commissioner Bowden and properly second by Commissioner Gonzalez for the adoption of Resolution 2023-24. Call for question.
Yep.
Commissioner Perez.
Okay, on here it says permit and design review fees can be reimbursed through the program. Can be or will be, because that's $2,500 just for them to tell them whether, you know, to go into the advisory or
Which one is that
whatever
on the
board you
application?
want.
Where, what page?
42.
42? All right, hold on.
For eligible work,
For eligible, let me see.
towards the end.
Where, at the last paragraph, must provide proof?
Eligible work, rehabilitation and improvement of existing commercial building, vacate
Oh,
visible to
okay.
the street.
Yeah, so our businesses that have commercial property, you have that facade element here where you can fix up your, outside of your business to look more presentable for the public. So that works. And so the facade works like a 2-year forgivable grant. You know, once you do it and we verify that you done did it, and then it's forgiven and you're at zero.
Explain that again.
Say you have an insurance business and you own your building and you want to fix it up in the front. Facade grants are forgivable portions, so it's like we would take a mortgage position against you and forgive $10,000 year one, forgive the balance of it year two. You got to do the work and you got to keep it up. It ain't just a simple gift. It's you improving how our core looks.
So how does that work? Because if let's say that I go and I apply for the $5,000 and I turn in all my paperwork, that means that I gotta pay for it, and then in 1 year you forgive half, and another year you forgive the second half?
So when you Google any type of facade grants, you'll see how they work. So typically in your core, you're looking to improve throughout the city where you drive through.
But is this a facade grant, or is this the ARPA funds for small business? Why are you putting this in there?
It's all those things.
No,
Okay, you ARPA specialist?
no, I'm not an
Okay.
ARPA specialist, but ARPA is got to do with COVID-related compromise and all that stuff.
Okay, so when
Trying
you
to
lost,
say-
so when you lost, that company lost income because no one can come to it, you now gonna deny them?
No, but you're saying, you pay for it, the first year I'll forgive you the first half, and the second year I'll forgive the second half.
And what's wrong with the restriction? You don't like the restriction?
If they didn't do
Okay.
it to begin with, it's because they didn't have the money to pay for it. That's my point.
You're getting $5,000.
But you're saying that you forgive the first year and you forgive the second year. How does that?
Okay,
Okay, some of the
$2,500.
sidebar, I know it's not considered sidebar, but it is getting to be a sidebar. Please go in and get whatever clarification you need, explanation to some of these questions. We want to move on, y'all.
The same questions
Uh-huh.
the business owners around here are gonna ask each and every one of us. So what is your answer gonna be? Do you know what he just said? About the facade grant and all that? I just simply asked him if the permit and design review fees are that, does the person have to pay the city for the same money that they're gonna give you back? Is that what that is? I'm gonna pay
So
for
let me
it,
answer
and
like
then you're
this, just
gonna-
real quick.
In a year, you're gonna give it back. Is that what you're saying, so I understand?
Can you listen for a second?
Uh-huh.
The same way with the minor home repair. Person has to pay for the permit. The home repair is just the same model as a facade. You're just approving up to $5,000 on the exterior of your building. Or maybe something ain't working that needs to be working that helps comfort your business, your clients, whatever. That's all. If you don't want me to restrict it, just say so. That's fine. But that's not how a facade grant works.
permit and design review, how much is that to the city?
I have to ask staff.
Don't you have a $2,500 review fee in the city, just to review?
No, you know, permits are based on the estimate of what the repair work is. You know this. I don't even know why you're playing with the trap.
Because that's what,
Okay.
when you go in to apply for a business license, they have to review to see whether your plans are in accordance with the city plans, and you pay $2,500, and if it's non-refundable.
So right there, why for $5,000 of repair would they pay $2,500?
I don't understand.
Well, you brought it up. I
Yeah, that's what I'm asking you.
Okay, let's move on to try to get this resolution taken care of. Mr. Lucas, if you would spend a little time.
Y'all act like I'm crazy
So,
when I'm
no,
up here.
no.
Cause y'all, you guys come with different things. I know what I'm talking about.
But why would okay, let's look at it like this.
Schedule
Why
your
would I
one-on-ones, Mr.
compromise?
Lucas. Schedule your one-on-one with the.
Okay. Hearing no additional question, are you ready for a vote? Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Commissioner Bolden?
Yes.
Commissioner Gonzalez?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Mervin?
Yes.
Commissioner Perez?
Yes.
Mayor Bath?
Yes. Thank you, Madam Clerk. Thank you, Commissioners. Motion passed by unanimous vote. Now we'll move to Resolution 2023-25.
A resolution of the City Commission of the City of Pahokee, Florida, approving amendment number 2 of the Interlocal Cooperation Agreement, R2020-1217 and R2014-1164 between the City of Pahokee and Palm Beach County Department of Housing and Economic Development, formalizing the municipality's participation in the Urban County Program for fiscal years 2024 through 2027.
Thank you, City Attorney. City Manager, could you give us a brief explanation of Resolution 2023-25?
This is an interlocal cooperation agreement. Is to amend the agreement between the City of Pahokee and Palm Beach County Department of Housing and Economic Development Urban County Program with the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development. This agreement is to amend R 2014-1164 and R 2020-1217 agreement with the City of Pahokee as part of the Urban County qualification process for federal fiscal years for the upcoming 3-year period of October 1, 2024 through September 30th of 2027. Under this agreement, the City of Pahokee agrees to participate with the county in the creation of the Urban County Program jurisdiction for the receipt of federal community development funds from the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development, better known as HUD. The amended agreement provides for revised specific language as requested by HUD. See the attachment, and the desires that that amended agreement between the city and Palm Beach County HED complies with the HUD requirements.
Thank you.
So that would be on under your Exhibit A, page 50.
City Commission, having had our resolution properly read into the minutes by our city attorney, properly explained by our city manager, what is your pleasure?
Mayor, I'd like to accept Resolution 2023-25. Motion to accept.
It has been moved by Commissioner Gonzalez and properly seconded by Commissioner Bolden for the adoption of Resolution 2023-25. Call for question.
I just want clarification. Don't roll your eyes. Okay, this says amendment. So is this like a contract that keeps going and now you're gonna amend it to change the language?
Yes,
And it's gonna affect 2024 through 27. We're not changing nothing from 2014 and 2017. We're not amending nothing back, amending nothing.
No, it was just certain language that they had in new qualifying period. So that was the language that was,
But it's only for the period 2024 through 27.
Yes, that's what it
We're
says.
we're not amending nothing that's old,
No.
no, because it's already passed.
okay? Just want to clarify.
Any additional questions? Hearing none, are you ready for a vote? Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Commissioner Gonzalez?
Yes.
Commissioner Bowden?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Mervin?
Yes.
Commissioner Perez?
Yes.
Mayor Bab?
Yes, thank you, Madam Clerk. Thank you, Commissioners. Motion passed by unanimous vote. Next in our final resolution is Resolution 2023-26, City Attorney.
That's not the last one.
We
We had an
had
addition.
one that we moved.
Oh, we already
up.
did it? All right. I apologize, Mayor.
Mhm.
They didn't do the addition.
No, yes, what I thought. 2023,
You
28.
did 27 for FPL, but the addition hasn't been.
So it's two more.
28.
28.
28 is the
Okay.
last
The
one.
one he added.
Resolution 2023-26, a resolution of the City Commission of the City of Pahokee, Florida, authorizing the city manager to execute Amendment Number 3 to the state-funded grant supplemental agreement with the State of Florida Department of Transportation, FDOT, for G1753-FM number 442030-1-54-01 Barfield Highway Reconstruction Project.
Thank you, City Attorney, City Manager. Could you give us a brief explanation of this resolution?
Sure can, sir. Page 57, bottom paragraph, this supplemental agreement is to also meant to extend the term of the state-funded grant agreement from June 30th, 2023 to June 30, 2024, to align with the revised construction schedule and to avoid expiration of the agreement prior to the project's completion. Staff moves to recommend approval of this resolution, sir.
City Commission, having had Resolution 2023-26 properly read by our City Attorney, properly explained by our City Manager, what is your pleasure?
Madam President, I move to accept Resolution 2023-26.
Is there a second? It has been moved by Commissioner Bolden and properly seconded by Vice Mayor Mervin for the adoption of Resolution 2023-26. Call for questions.
Yeah. It's really not a question. So, I mean, we've had this grant. This is the 4th year. Now we're gonna extend it for 3 years. We're gonna extend it for another year. It's gonna be like a 4 or 5 year project. 1 more year, we're gonna extend this. So it's not gonna be done. We're gonna extend it till 24. Yeah, 1 more year. Are we, is the expiration date or the completion date is supposed to be June 2023?
Yes, ma'am.
And we're not even halfway done. Are they gonna finish it in another year? We don't know. Because there might be some more unforeseen things on the other side. So for less than a mile-
maybe it isn't any foreseen things. Tomato. Can we move forward?
So this is a supplemental agreement. All right, chances are it could be done before this date.
That's what it
This is just a
says.
supplemental agreement.
Yeah,
Yeah.
just in case.
It
Just in
could be,
case.
most likely not. But
I mean, the guy did say it's gonna be
It's-
sometime
it's-
next year.
okay. Is the city gonna hold anybody accountable for this?
All I can say, anytime they do a revision or have to do some additional work,
It should
it's
not
some
have been
but
one,
it's,
Bob. There should not have been one. If the engineer did his job, this should have never happened.
Yeah.
And the people are suffering.
Yeah, part of the process though is they give them some additional time, whether it's a week or 2 weeks or whatever, and that has to be approved. So the contractor don't decide, well, I need another 3 days. If they do, it have to be approved. I'll put it that way.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's what we're doing now, giving them another year.
Now, we're not the only one though. We're not making the final decision of the extension that they are granted on these projects.
Yeah, because if we don't, we're gonna lose it. Because we didn't do it in time.
Harry, any additional questions? Hearing none, are you ready for a vote? Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Commissioner Bolden?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Mervin?
Yes.
Commissioner Gonzalez?
Yes.
Commissioner Perez?
I'm gonna vote yes, because it needs to be done, but, this is ridiculous.
Mayor Bab?
Yes. Thank you, Madam Clerk. Thank you, Commissioners. Motion passed by unanimous vote. Our last and final resolution is a resolution that was added on, Resolution 2023-28. City Attorney.
A resolution of the City Commission of the City of Pahokee, Florida, authorizing the execution of a consent order and temporary use agreement between the State of Florida Department of Environmental Protection and the Board of Trustees of the Internal Improvement Trust Fund of the State of Florida and the City of Pahokee, Florida, providing for adoption of representations, providing for an effective date.
Thank you, City Attorney and City Manager. Could you give us a brief explanation?
Yes, this is between the City of Pahokee as owners of the docking facility located on the sovereign submerged lands within the landward extent of Lake Okeechobee, adjacent to city's Repropon upland real property. The city has entered into a sovereign submerged lease agreement with the Board of Trustees of the Internal Improvement Trust Fund of the State of Florida. Certain inspections have been performed by the State of Florida Department of Environmental Protection Agency have revealed that subject lease premise has not been properly maintained in good condition, specifically docks D, E, and F. The city desires to enter into a consent order and temporary use agreement to resolve the violations and continue to use the sovereign land and water column adjacent to the city's Repropon, am I saying that right?
Riparian.
Riparian, okay. Upland real property beyond the current lease set to expire by May 13, 2023. The city is diligently working towards completion of corrections to the lease premise and renewal of the lease with the board. City Commission find that entering into a consent order and temporary use agreement between the board and the department is in the best interest of the City of Pahokee. Adoption of representation. The foregoing whereas clause are hereby ratified and confirmed as being true and the same are hereby made in specific part of this resolution. The City Commission of the City of Pahokee, Florida hereby authorizes the execution of the consent order and temporary use agreement with the Board of Trustees of the Internal Improvement Trust Fund of the State of Florida and the State of Florida's Department of Environmental Protection, set forth in Exhibit A. The city manager is further authorized to take all necessary and reasonable steps to comply with the terms of the consent order and temporary use agreement attached hereto, Exhibit A. This resolution shall be effective immediately upon the passage and adoption by City Commission.
City Commission, having had Resolution 2023-28 properly read into the minutes by our City Attorney and properly explained by our City Manager, what is your pleasure?
Mayor, I move that we will accept Resolution 2023-28.
Second.
It has been moved by Vice Mayor Mervin and properly seconded by Commissioner Gonzalez for the adoption of Resolution 2023-28. Call for questions. Hearing none, are you ready for a vote?
Thank you, Chief.
Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Vice Mayor Mervin?
Yes.
Commissioner Gonzalez?
Yes.
Commissioner Bolden?
Yes.
Commissioner Perez?
Yes.
Mayor Bab?
Yes. Thank you. Motion passed. by unanimous vote. Next, we have new business presentation by the city manager of activity of upcoming events, if any.
None, I'll do it in the city manager report, sir.
Thank you. Next is the mayor report. We had two successful events just this past week. We had on May the 4th, the National Day of Prayer. Great turnout by the commission and the community. Thank everyone for coming out and saying prayer for our city and our nation. And just as sad, we had the Cinco de Mayo on the lake. Mayo. Great turnout in that event also. That concludes the mayor report. We'll now move to the city manager report.
That was short.
Yeah.
So under consent, we already.
He said he's gonna cover that under his report.
All right, so just real quick, you guys, just a reminder, Commissioner Workshop for Friday, May 19th regarding setting our strategic and visioning planning along with budget schedule for the FY 23-24. Follow up from citizens.
What time is that?
From 8:30 a.m. to 1 p.m., sir.
May 19th.
May 19th,
Yes, ma'am.
we're getting breakfast and lunch.
Yes, ma'am.
That's at the Marina Conference Room?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
And just a follow-up on citizen public comments last time. Rosso is working on filling in massive dips along Barfield in front of the Plaza and Senior Rehab Center, and getting and watering the road more frequently. So they said they were going to increase the water. Today I saw that they were installing sod, the grass all along the front there, so that should reduce some of the dust flying around. So then project updates. So 1.1 million for FDOT project for McClure reconstruction. City and WGI met with FDOT to discuss design, the limits, overview of the entire project. We also met with Palm Beach Water Utility District. They will contribute to the design costs, CEI costs, and utilities. Pending cost estimates for design to submit to FDOT. $750,000 project, East Lake Village project, reimbursement has been submitted to FDEP, pending funds being reimbursed. The $250,000 and our $20,000 match for MLK Junior Park, Phase 1. WGI is working on design and the city placing an RFP for scope of work. $4.5 million Barfield Highway. Rosso is rocking road, curbing, sidewalks, and driveways. They also are putting in, as I said, sod throughout the right-of-way. Parker Building update. We're going to the special magistrate pending citing from the building official for June. 179 Cypress. The owner hasn't done anything. I haven't gotten any report that people are living there. So I haven't seen it on the market for sale. There's? All right, check. Status.
But is that
So is that, how many? Okay,
is that
we'll
a
talk
crime
about it.
that someone
All
live
right,
in the building?
started infrastructure assessment with Mayor and Mr. Joseph. I've been in discussion with Thomas on how to properly start planning the infrastructure and us, as you saw on this, not to revert back to ARPA, but I set aside $342,500 for infrastructure in ARPA to help us with our roads and sidewalks. we meet on the 26th, staff, we meet with Public Works, and they said they're gonna help us with Palm Beach County with manhole covers, doing some of the roads. So we're building a relationship with Palm Beach County Water, with Mr. Ali, I wanna say is his name. Then upcoming, it should be May 24th. I had April, apologize. So Palm Beach County League of Cities Luncheon at the Kravitz Center. So I got us a table for that. I'm in discussion with a couple of marine construction companies to help us start doing docks D, E, and F. We're making it our highest priority. If I can't get anything locked in by this week, I definitely will be putting it out as an RFP, but they have been responding with the help of Ms. Bernadette, which we appreciate. And then the outstanding audit, hopefully by July, we can get started on our audit. And let's see, we're trying to work out the planning agreement with WGI. We also, for our Treasure Coast Regional Planning, I'm in discussion with Thomas about helping us with updating our comprehensive plan, our EAR, and our GIS mapping through Palm Beach County. Staff, we have reviewed the core overlay so we can get comments over to our attorney, which would consist of from Okeechobee Lake all the way back to East Lake Village. We're trying to prepare several things for ZAP board on behalf of One North Lake and George for his building to do a mechanical shop. So by mid-June is our goal there. And then pretty much want to invite everybody out to the Invasion of the Muck Top 5 Car and Bike Show from 2 to 9 this Saturday. And then we have for Wednesday, May 17th, 6 to 7:30 at the gym, town hall meeting on financial literacy regarding residents and businesses. And then May 19th, Commissioner Workshop, Marina, 8 a.m. to 1 p.m. That concludes my report, sir.
Thank you. Just one quick question. Whatever happened to the Attorney General report audit? They was doing an initial audit for us internally.
Yeah, when I spoke with John, he said he's looking to wrap up everything by July.
So is they still working on that?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, and we always, and then they've been diving deeper into all the numbers because it's a forensic audit from 17 all the way through the current.
Okay, and
taking up a lot of staff time.
in our legislative success this year, we were able to receive our 2 priority funding from the legislation.
So I know we're in the final roundup of second phase MLK money, went from 250 to 550,000. Just pray it gets signed by the governor.
But it was approved.
They recommended that
Okay.
in the Jocelyn, was it in the Senate and in the House? Yes.
That's the MLK. What about the second stormwater project?
It didn't make it, right?
Okay.
That one.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. I
On
hope
the Commissioner Park.
I hope in the future we can get some kind of updates during the process of how things appear to be going. We didn't get a chance to go up there ourselves like we hoped. I don't know what happened there, but it's always helpful when we can be there to kind of give some encouragement or support.
It's online, you could actually
Do it.
see them doing it.
Right. Yeah, but we didn't even get a schedule when ours was gonna be coming up to the
Yeah, you
legislature.
just got another number.
Okay. Next is our city attorney report.
Just as a suggestion, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioners, And this is something that, the way that consent agendas normally operate is there would be, like for instance, your resolutions, unless they're controversial issues or they require public hearing or something like that, those would all, along with your minutes, go under your consent agenda, and then you would pull them if you wanted to pull them. It's just a suggestion, but that's generally the way that they work in other cities. So you would have, now if you know there's going to be a controversial issue, then the manager will put that on a regular agenda under resolutions. But generally, it's like your minutes as well as other items that, because it's presumed that you have reviewed these things before you come to the meeting, or you talk with the manager, or you've gotten your questions out. And if you need to pull it, you pull it. But I'm just kind of throwing it out there. I was kind of looking at how the agenda was working tonight and thinking of how efficiencies could be achieved, and that could be one of them if you chose to do that.
Mayor, also, I put in you guys' pack an update of ARP and how stuff has been spent between 3 programs, just so you guys can follow. Yeah, I put it up, but if you don't have it.
This second rollout of ARPA money, the one that resolution we just approved.
Yes, sir.
How's the distribution of information going to be circulated to the prospective business owners and all?
Well, we would do the business like we've done the residents. We would send out, once we gather all the information, a notice would go out to them, and then an award letter once you guys approve it, because we got to bring.
No, I'm talking about how we're going to get the information out to let business know now we're on this phase of the ARPA funding, and you eligible or possibly be eligible for one of these funding sources through our business.
We're going to do, we're going to do flyers, and we're going to go to businesses. We got to go split between staff and knock on doors and let them know that we got this program, that needs to be done.
We got
And put it on the city web.
businesses.
I'm sorry.
And it even could be on the marquee too, this phase is open for business funding.
Mayor, I have a suggestion, or I would like to add on the next agenda. that-
Future agenda items?
Yes.
Okay.
If we could make it that we have the agenda at least 5 business days before the meeting. Because if I had this ahead of time and I would have looked at it, I could have gone and asked the city manager.
Yeah.
I didn't have time.
We did come up, I thought, in the past with a time frame, but we can reintroduce it, a 5-day
At least
time
5
frame
days.
to have
Business
prior to the
days.
meeting. So we're talking about a week.
Sometimes that might be kind of hard, Mayor.
That's a play on words. So Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday.
Business days. Anywhere
Well, you
business
two
days
stay
is
in
Monday
the
through
office so much,
Friday.
how can I get work done?
Not me.
Okay, so
Mayor Bad, but sometimes that might depend on what's on your agenda. Sometimes even I've listened to even Belgrade, they get there, it's like the Thursday before their meeting is on
we have it
Monday.
as a goal though.
It's good, it might be a goal, but sometimes,
So,
and like now you saying you got forensic,
On my suggestion.
No, we can.
now you say you got forensic audit, they telling you you're taking up the staff time doing that. You got your regular audit coming up. Sometimes, you have the weekend, it ain't much that you're
Okay,
reading.
let's move it forward. We have a motion
Ever
to,
research the other resolutions?
we have a
and
motion
statutes
to
and
have the
this and that?
agenda
'Cause I do
presented
that.
to the commissioners 5 working days prior to the
5 business
5
days.
business days. That's me working days. Yeah, okay. 5 business days
Well, I work Saturdays.
prior to the meeting. It's been moved by Commissioner Perez, second by Commissioner Gonzalez. Call for question, hearing none. Are you ready for a vote? Roll call. This is an add-on for future agenda, which will be our next agenda to officially adopt this if it passes.
Commissioner Perez,
Yes.
Commissioner Gonzalez,
Yes.
Commissioner Bowden,
Yes.
Commissioner Oh, Vice Mayor Mervin?
This is to put it on the agenda to talk about it?
Yeah.
Okay.
Mayor Bab?
Yes.
So you're just gonna vote on.
Any other commissioner have any request for a future agenda item?
Okay, so, after speaking with a few of our citizens, I know that weatherization is one of the eligible uses of ARPA funds. You know, I would like for a future agenda item to discuss. You know, we're getting into that season. Some of our citizens actually have roof repairs that go beyond just $5,000. I would like for us to at least talk about that, and if it's possible for us to set aside some money for a select few. I mean, let's kind of do what we can do, but to go beyond that threshold for some of our citizens who have roof repairs that go beyond $5,000, just as a discussion.
It's been moved by Commissioner Bolden and properly second by Commissioner Gonzalez to add on for future agenda items the consideration of having funding through ARPA set aside for roofing repair that go beyond the $5,000. Call for question. Hearing none, you ready for a vote? Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Commissioner Bowden?
Yes.
Commissioner Gonzalez?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Mervin?
Yes.
Commissioner Perez?
Yes.
Mayor Bab?
Yes. Motion passed unanimously. Are there any other requests from commissioners to add on for future agenda items? Hearing none, we'll
Yes.
move.
I don't know if this could be an add-on. I just, maybe, is there any way of something that we can pass that, you know, like where I live, the house behind me, I think I brought this up before, has these chickens. Okay, is there, I know Port St. Lucie did it, where now that they can make it an ordinance not to have, you know, and I know some of them have these chickens, these cows, these horses or whatever, and they use their land as for farmland where they don't have to pay property taxes. But it's a very nuisance, and like now it's getting like out of hand to where they're even picking, they jump the fence, they pick holes even in my patio. And is there a way that we, and I would like for where we can adopt an ordinance where we don't have these chicken cubs or whatever you call them within city limits?
Through the mayor, you all have something currently in your ordinances that talk about nuisances and declared, and it says that keeping of animals or fowl in any manner which causes disturbance or creates an unhealthy, unsanitary condition or is unsafe for the animals or the fowl, you know, that could be also considered a nuisance. So I can send you what you already have, and but it may be that this is already under your current provisions of the code. It probably needs to be something the manager wants to discuss with Ms. Polanco perhaps and see how that's being handled, but you have something on your books right now.
Okay. So could that be added just as an agenda item to just follow up on and make sure we have a clear understanding of what we can and cannot do? And if there's something in there that's preventing us from addressing a particular issue, we can add it or include it in there. Most of the chicken problem is people are not claiming them. They are really just loose chickens. Some of them have some claim. It's kind of hard to put your hands on. So whatever they got to have some beef that we can be able to address how we can get rid of those nuisance animals like chickens if they're running a loose. We even talked with the code enforcement about it too, and I don't know. We may have to just look at it.
You might can't do nothing with the ones loose, but I'm saying, is there ordinance where they don't have within city build chicken coop? Because they get it out. I'm telling you, it's very tear up my flowers and everything.
So we're added. We had a motion and a second by Commissioner Bolden to add to future agenda items, although we may have one in there, but at least it'll be on the agenda for discussion.
Yeah,
Call
while we're at it, we grab the blackbirds that poop in your car.
Yeah, that too.
Call for questions. Hearing none. Are you ready for a vote? Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Vice Mayor Murphy?
Yes.
Commissioner Bowman?
Yes.
Commissioner Gonzalez?
Yes.
Commissioner Perez?
Yes.
Mayor Bab?
Yes. Motion passed by unanimous vote. Now we'll move to commission comments for the good of the order. Commissioner Gonzalez, and we'll move forward.
Okay, there's just two things I want to talk about. Mr. Lucas, the water, I'm just doing a follow-up on the water drainage in Shive on Apple Avenue. What's the status on that? Because you know what, hurricane season's right around the corners next month. And I know every time it rains a lot, people's yards get flooded due to poor drainage underneath the road on Apple Avenue.
Oh, so it's a canal over there?
Well, on that road, there's a drainage on the bottom. When they did the road, that project, I think it was a scope project, they messed up the slope where the trench is at, so the water could flow up underneath the road. There's an aluminum pipe.
So is it like a COVID?
Yeah.
Like a storm drain that needs to be
Yes.
cleaned up?
No, it just runs straight underneath the road into the canal.
That was an unforeseen.
Can you show?
Yeah, I'll show you. Whenever you have time, I'll show you.
Okay.
And the second thing is I'm still waiting on my FS 119 public records request. No one sent me an email or calls or anything. It's already been going on 2 years for some of them, and still not one, and I repeat, not one public request I have received with my time as a commissioner. I don't know what the holdup is. I don't know who to speak to get them.
What's it for?
Oh,
You probably need to be charged for your request.
Read the emails. They're all on there.
Okay. My quick comment for the good of the order, Vice Mayor Mervin will be doing the business of the month for our next commission meeting, and we're going to move from Commissioner Vice Mayor to Commissioner Perez, Commissioner Bolden, Commissioner Gonzalez. I did the previous one. We got lost off track, so I'm not quite sure what order, but normally each commissioner select the business of the month. And for the business of the Mayor Goldham and Nail Award, that's going to be done on a quarterly basis. And we'll take those applicants, prospects from our permitted, who pull a permit and approve their business and their residential. Commissioner Bowden.
That's my turn?
Yes, sir.
I just have, I guess, one thing to mention now. You know, I know as commissioners, you know, we work to, you know, try to put Pahokee in the best possible situation. I really think it's important, you know, all things equal is something that I live by, and I guess I can provide an example. I love my brother. If my brother had a car washing business, and he wanted me to patronize his business, and another person that I don't even know had the same type of business, if they both pretty much provided the same quality, I would choose my brother every time. But if my brother didn't do a good job and that other business does, I'm going to choose that other business every time. It's not about my relationship with my brother. It's about me wanting a clean car that's cleaned properly. And if we love our city, and I believe that we all do, I think it's important for us to do our due diligence, and when we make a decision, just going back to a discussion we had earlier, do the research and compare. And if all things match up equally, by all means, do your local thing. But if someone can provide so much more to our city, it's not about me, it's not about any individual, it's about what's best for the city. If they can bring more to your city, I think it's important to explore that opportunity. Like I said before, if you do what you've always did, you'll get what you've always gotten. And I just want us to be objective, and I want us to do our due diligence. and actually research and compare before we decide on, or before we make decisions between one thing or another. That's all I have to say.
Thank you. Commissioner Perez?
Believe it or not, good night, everybody, and have a safe weekend.
Vice Mayor Mervin?
I would like to say happy Mother's Day to all our mothers. I think Mother's Day is Sunday. So I'd like to happy Mother's Day to all of our mothers, and, you know, take care of your mother. If your mother is still here, cherish her, and have a good night.
I'll entertain a motion for the adjournment of this meeting.
So moved.
Make a motion, second it.
It's been moved by Vice Mayor, second by Commissioner Perez. Call for questions. Hearing none. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Madam Clerk, roll call.
Okay. Mayor, just before we break, just want to congratulate Vice Mayor Mervin, notifying that she has been selected as a recipient of the 2023 Home Rule Hero Award for the Florida League of Cities.
Thank you.
Roll call for adjournment.
Vice Mayor Mervin?
Yes.
Commissioner Perez?
Yes.
Commissioner Bowden?
Yes.
Commissioner Gonzalez?
Yes.
Mayor Bab?
Congratulations, Vice Mayor. Mayor,
Thank you.
yes. Meeting adjourned.